That is the introduction.
You're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss. It's puny.
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this?
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. Resist! You're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss. It's puny.
Left it on bloody loop, didn't I? Good day, beautiful souls. Good day. Happy Sunday to you, one and all, everybody. How are you doing? Ems, darling, how are you doing? Kev, how are you doing, man? You're making me hungry there.
Good.
Making me
And
hungry.
I got cream drop,
What's that?
chocolate cream drop. And I literally have went through, what is this, 0.85 of a pound in less than a day. When you go to jail, they don't give you chocolate.
Unless you're special.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not a huge
I'm not
eater
that special.
myself.
Yeah, me too.
So, happy Sunday, people. Welcome, chat room. Everybody that's here already. 16 people. I'll just flick through the comments while I'm saying hello and just explaining. You will notice, ladies and gents, today that we don't have Sarah and we don't have Roxanne. Roxanne is she's in a process of moving, I think, at the moment. So I know she's unpacking or taking all of her stuff out of storage and getting it ready to move, and she's just too busy today. And Sarah is taking a well-deserved break away from the internet, away from online, and just going not off grid but off the radar for a couple of days, get a bit of digital detox, which we all need. We all need every now and again. But we've got quite it's not a massive packed show planned today, but we do have one guest planned. Have you heard anything from him?
Yeah, around 10. So that's like maybe another 50 minutes.
10 his time.
Yeah, my time too. It's 9:09.
I think my time too, because I'm 9:09.
Yeah.
Right. I must have.
We just got to get Rich on our time schedule. We just need to abduct him from where he's at and bring him over here already and just, yeah.
Yeah.
But now he wants us all to come there too. And I'm like, this struggle, this tug of war that we're going to have over our location.
Well,
it's just it's a time thing. It's just I thought that you were 3 hours ahead of Sarah. So when we start, it's I thought it was 5 o'clock in the morning for Sarah. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
5 o'clock in the morning for Sarah.
Yeah. That's early.
It's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock.
Hello, is zooming in. It's
I just
early.
wanted to say this.
Yeah, it's me.
Listen.
I scheduled it wrong. I meant to schedule it for 10 your time.
Listen,
okay. That's
you're
what I
all
thought
confused.
I was scheduling it.
Stop. You're all confused.
Yeah.
Look at
real.
it's now.
Is
it now where you're at?
Yeah.
Richie,
now.
is it now where you're at?
It's now where I'm at.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on the same time zone. Everybody
Yeah, exactly.
in
I love you.
is everybody in the now?
We're all here now.
I love
Here
it
and
now.
So yeah, it was
That's
my.
what I'm gonna start saying when people go, "What time is it?" I'm like, "Now."
Yeah.
I thought I was scheduling it for 10 your time. I'm an idiot. So yeah, in about 50 minutes time, we will have a special guest on. His name, I can't. What is it?
Ethan.
Ethan, and his channel is Oral Health.
Citizen Science Oral Health Project.
Citizen Science Oral Health Project. I've had a look at a couple of his more recent videos, and he's talking about empowering yourself, talking about rights, rights as a living man or woman over being part of the system, playing the game. So but he's got a lot. I think he's got a lot to talk about, isn't it? It's not just about civil rights, and or not civil rights, common law. He's actually on the health side as well.
Yeah. He has amazing knowledge about using THC and CBD for oral health, and
Oh, wow.
it helps me
DMSO.
personally. And so I think maybe he can, I don't know what he'll talk about today, but he has so much that we can have him back. But I think everybody will find, whenever I mentioned his RSO mouthwash, people want to find him right away. So
Now I'm getting ready to get my other phone and start looking that up.
Can you swallow it and get stoned afterwards?
yeah, well, yeah, that's, if you're not like, opposed to that, then you do swallow it when you're done.
It's not like swallowing Listerine, guys. It's not like swallowing Listerine. It's
Yeah,
much
don't do
healthier.
that. Yeah, please don't swallow Listerine. I mean,
Right.
unless that's your thing, but please don't make that your thing.
Is that people living in tents were like, drinking RSO mouthwash, maybe taking a little too much. It's okay, It's gonna be a little cold tonight. I want an extra teaspoon of the mouthwash, please.
That'd be me. I
so
could
cool.
I would see me being that girl. Because
So,
I'm like, every time they say take something in moderation, I go, okay, I'm going to need an extra spoonful of that in moderation, please.
I'll be right back.
well, it's like
That's just how-
moderation by whose standards? Exactly.
right.
Whose standards of
Exactly.
moderation are we talking about? Because I can be
What
moderate.
might be moderate for you may not be moderate for me.
Exactly. Like it's like moderate spending, isn't it? Moderate spending. Moderate spending for a billionaire is slightly different to moderate spending for yourself, for the likes of you or me. So it's
Exactly.
relative. It's one of these relative things. I'm just going to shout out the chat room just to actually focus on people and say hello. I was going through it, but wasn't saying anything. So, Reverend Hull, you're right, mate. Good to see you, man. Shari Ives, good to see you. Calistoga refried, you're right, mate. That mad one. Just JP, you're right, buddy. How you doing? Yeah, sorry that Sarah and Rox aren't here today, mate. Roxanne might actually pop in later if she can, and I mean Sarah might always pop in, but I'm not expecting her. We had a chat on Friday, and she said she's gonna take a break over the weekend just to digital detox, and I absolutely know what she's on about, man, because I do it in the week. I do it during the week. She can't because she's working, obviously. So I can take my digital detox anytime, pretty much. But who are we? You're right, dude. How you doing? Still got to come up to your new place, mate. You got to like bake some bread and stuff. We'll get the didgeridoo out, and you're always welcome over here.
You should have running and screaming.
You're always welcome over here, mate. There's like a communal space outside in the courtyard, we'll call it, and my room's right next to it, so it's cool.
Yeah.
Where are we? Bernie, you're right, dude. How you doing, mate? Good to see you, mate.
Welcome.
You should have a. Oh, do you know what? I think Sarah gave me control of the diary, but I don't know if I have to send out the links every time. So I'll just send you a link into Signal. buddy. And if you want to join us, you are welcome.
He's been my hot topic for like the last 2 weeks when I'm talking to all my friends around here. My super nerdy friends, I'm like, oh my God, let me tell you about Burn. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then my buddy that I live with, he's all about Cam. Every time I turn around and I hear him talking to his friend, he's talking about Cam and what they do over there, autodidactic. I'm like, it's not.
Is it definite?
I get so excited.
I mean, what I see now compared to like 7 or 8 years ago, there were still communities, but they were very, very separated, disconnected from each other. So, like, the one community that I was part of was the Uni Rock, the Uni Fam. I was one of the Uni Fam, you know, and that's what got me into Discord and everything. And that was my first experience being part of a community where you went in and everybody recognizes you, and you know, and it's and the host recognizes you, and you know, and you get shout outs from the host and stuff. That was the first time that ever happened. So it was nice, but it's like it was restricted to that. It was just there was the Uni Fam and nobody else. And you had the Uni Fam and you had Flat Earth, like the Flat Earth community. And I didn't really. Oh, Richie from Boston, but Richie from Boston wasn't a community. It was just a bunch of people commenting. There was no community there at all. So we're getting a tour of your place there where you're moving, Kev. The camera following you around. Yeah, it's a good job you hid that sex doll.
I know. We just have to sit there with her mouth open the whole time.
It's really a good thing I put my pants on.
Yes. I know, I realize I got to get used to that because the way my camera is usually sitting on the table in front of me and then I stand up and walk by, shorts is about to be not an option. I can see that sometimes, but I'm super quick. I'm like a ninja. So it's like by the time you realize what just happened, it's already gone anyways. It doesn't matter.
You'd think with this lovely shirt, you know, collar on that I'd have a nice pair of trousers or perhaps jeans, but
you're sitting there in your underwear.
The thing is that you can play the replay at like 0.25 speed.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I love you guys. I just so missed this. Like, oh my goodness. Such a drab last weekend. And I was just sitting there in my stupid little jail cell all by myself talking. I'm like, I'm missing the show. Like, I wonder what they're talking about right now. I wonder what they're doing. I bet they're having such a good time. And I was so bummed out.
I couldn't even tell you. You know, I can't even remember what we talked about.
I heard something about Jaguars. I do remember that. We're going to have Jaguars. I know that much.
Oh, yeah. We mentioned Jaguars in
Gate.
Ecuador, didn't we? Shari, how you doing, babe? Good to see you. Ouroboros Infinity Realm. I almost said Infinity Realm. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Callum, mate. Dude, have you got I'll send you a link as well, dude.
Yeah, where's I need to hear that voice.
You really need to get on you really need to get on to Signal.
Signal. Yes. Callum. Why any help? I'm not even gonna shake my finger at you this morning. You got like a whole 24 hours to get on Signal, or you're gonna be in trouble. And it's gonna be like that nagging little girl.
Right. So, and Nia is going to come on a bit later, I think, as well. I'll send him a link in a minute, but we don't want to get too many people on before.
Ethan.
So Callum and Callum and Bernie, and that. Just remember, we got a guest coming on. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Then we got a guest coming on in about 40 minutes time, and we're not sure what he's going to talk about, but it's absolutely guaranteed to be interesting. We'll talk about his RSO mouthwash, and amongst other things. Emanuela Opperman, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Oh, Canada.
An Indigo
Cool.
Day. Hey,
Hey, beautiful.
my bloody mouse is not working properly. Awakened Alliance, how you doing, buddy? You're right. How you
I had your
feeling?
doctor's appointment the other day. I hope everything went well.
Yeah, how did the doctors go, man? I was just going to ask the same question. Oh, Mr. Quick Draw. FE Nation, good to see you, mate. I'm just skimming through these comments and trying to... he's here. In the chat, at least. Citizens Health. Good day.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm super pumped about what he's going to for me.
You're welcome to come in now if you're ready. We just... I made a mess up. I made a boo-boo scheduling with the time differences. I thought it was 10 o'clock your time. I should have scheduled it for 3 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. But that's everybody that's chatting. What's that supposed to mean, eh? What's that supposed to mean? You can tell Richie's always in charge of the stream, actually.
Always. I thought this was a known given. Oh, we haven't even talked about the Queen. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Right,
oh my God.
that is actually, that's something that we can, that's what I was going to bring up, actually. You've been reading my mind, Em. You've been reading my mind.
You know me, love. Just always in there poking around, seeing what I can find.
There's also something else that I want to bring up as well. Doctors, scientists, and professionals from more than 34 countries declare an international medical crisis due to the things caused by the thing that everybody has been coerced into getting. So they've recognized, like, hundreds of doctors from 34 different countries are basically saying that they need to pull it completely, stop it completely, because it's just proven. All the data proves that it's dangerous. It's not safe to use it yet. So,
well, I mean, I kind of knew that, but now I'm legitimately freaked out
about
the jab. Do you know I've gotten a vaccine from each one. I've had Johnson & Johnson, I had a Moderna, and then I had a Pfizer.
You didn't have any side effects, though, did you?
No, the only visible thing that I've noticed, and I can't honestly say for sure this is due to the shot, and I mentioned it in one of my last videos, is like, it's not athlete's foot, but there's just something weird going on with my feet, where like the skin on the tops of my toes is just constantly drying out. That is like the only thing I've noticed in physical changes at all that I've had. And I don't think it makes. I honestly think it could be the weather.
That's a orthopedic thing. It's not
has nothing to do with that.
It will be like a dermatological orthopedic thing rather than anything to do with that. Most people, I don't think, really have to worry, because I think they knew what they were doing when they did it. And there's an awful lot of saline placebos that went out. An awful lot. Some people got 4 jabs, and that's all they got in all 4 of them was saline, because they didn't have any side effects.
We got placeboed.
Placebo,
we got placebo.
Yeah, got completely placebo. Which, they had to do it. They had to do it for the control study, except the whole scientific method was completely up the arse with the whole thing, because they were mixing and matching the shots for people. Or you go in and have a Moderna one, and then a Johnson & Johnson, and then a Pfizer, and then and it's that there's nothing scientific being done. There's no scientific analysis or experiment or observation to being done.
Me into getting the first one. And when I realized that they had done that to me, I was like, okay, well, screw y'all. Now, instead of getting the booster that I'm supposed to that goes with this shot, I'm going to hold out, and then I'm going to go get another company's vaccine, and then I'm going to do my own. I'm not going to be your lab rat. If I'm going to be someone's lab rat, I'm going to be my own damn lab rat. Okay, and that's how I roll, and we're still waiting to see how that's going to play out in full fruition. I haven't grown horns or anything yet, so I guess that's good.
So, Kev,
Yeah.
right? I just saw you on the screen there, and I thought, wow, Kevin, you're looking younger today. You look younger. You remind me, because the way your hair was down like that, you reminded me of a character from an English comedy. Do you know Harry Enfield?
Well, have you seen Baron Munchausen? The Adventures of Baron Munchausen?
No, but I'm going to be looking at it as soon as we get done with the show.
Okay. Well, you'll notice Baron Munchausen always grows younger whenever the adventure picks up. You'll see his hair, his gray will go out of his hair, and his lines will fade on his face. He gets more youthful. So I would say that I could be diagnosed as having Munchausen syndrome. So maybe that's
right.
Or
Munchausen syndrome is a real thing, isn't it? But what I was going to say is, you actually reminded me a lot.
It's a real thing. That's funny. It's funny to say that Munchausen syndrome is a real thing.
Yeah. It's a real thing.
You reminded me of.
That just proves that the people are sane.
Where you were sat back with your head down like that, and the way your hair was falling in front of your face, you reminded me very much of Kevin from Kevin and Perry Go Large. Do you know who Kevin is?
No, I don't.
It's not because of manner. It's just because you looked. The way your hair was down, you looked like Kevin. I'm not. You don't act like Kevin. Thanks, obviously.
Mom. No, I get sometimes like a Bill and Ted vibe, but a smart Bill and Ted.
Are you going to say thank you? I just bloody did!
Okay, I should put this back on.
I did. I'm so tickled.
I'm trying to talk to you and you can't hear anything because I'm muted. Yeah, I should stop playing that because it's BBC and they'll have a hissy fit.
They'll get you.
Throw their bloody.
You're gonna block that in all countries.
Yo, really rocks. She's here.
Hi. Hello.
How you doing? You're right. I was just saying, Kevin. Yes, mate. Look, it's Kevin. It's fucking. And now you just gotta go. Anytime anybody asks you to do anything, just go.
That's what I did.
Really?
Like what?
It's so unfair. That's what you got to say all the time. It's so unfair. You're Nazis.
Oh, that's my favorite thing to say. When you start trying to tell me what to do, I'm like, you're moderators. I call them comment Nazis. When they start being like overbearing in a chat, I'm like, you're a damn comment Nazi. I get timed out for this at least once a week.
Right, but it does depend. Like, so you know how most of us, I would say most of us are empaths of some degree or another, right?
Yeah.
Some people are aware of it and some people are absolutely completely ignorant to it. And so it confuses them because they pick up other people's feelings, they pick up their energy, but
and they don't know what is going on.
They don't know where it's coming from, what it is or anything. And I think if you're in your message in comments, somebody's energy comes across in their comments, you know, and if there's a lot of really high energy confrontation, you know, or questioning or whatever, some people just can't deal with it. They can't deal with it, and they sit and
they freak out. I mean, yeah, oh yeah.
You know, I can't deal with it from some. Like, it depends what the energy is that's coming. Like, it really annoys me that naked girls one you know, the porn bot comes in, because I have to.
Yeah.
It just gets jumped on straight away. But I've looked through all of the comments left by that bot. Not one of them
Yeah.
is bad. Not one of them is about porn. None of them. They're all love hearts and, you know, sending love and so it's like,
Yeah. It's confusing
it's not,
because you go, are you doing the right thing when you do? You know what I mean? Like I know exactly what you mean.
oh, I know,
exactly.
I know they're there for malicious reasons. They're there for malicious
Yeah.
reasons. So I'll still block them because
Yep.
they've been
But
put
it's the
there.
way they go. The tactic is so
Because
confusing.
other people in the chat will go, oh, it's a porn bot, and flick and report it as porn, and then that flags against my channel, not theirs. So,
Okay.
well, that's what we're thinking. That's the way they're
Yeah,
fucking.
I think it does work that way because it looks at it as if you, because you're the creator, you're the controller of the channel. Like, I think they're looking at it as you're allowing that kind of content and not even checking to see if that's actually the content when it's not. But the link, it's the link. That's where that shit comes from.
I've just remembered who you are. Just remembered who you are, nut job. Rob, I am. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Really good to see you. Thank you for being here. Sometimes you can feel like you hate people when you're an empath because you've absorbed too much of the negative. Yeah,
and I don't hate people, but you'll constantly hear me say that. And I don't, obviously I'm an empath. I don't hate people, or I wouldn't even be doing half the stuff I do on a daily basis if I hated people. But I say that, and then I have to constantly get on myself. Like, I mean, you don't hate people. Like, you don't. I wish sometimes I was even capable of the word hate, but I'm not. Like, I'm not.
That's the difference. Hate
like, I could see someone have a huge disdain for them, like deep down, like, ooh, I can't stand that person. And then at the end of the day, by the end of the day, I will have somehow convinced myself that I was wrong for feeling that way. And whatever feeling it is got to do with some unresolved issue I have. And also their feelings toward me has something to do with some unresolved issue that they haven't dealt with. And then I'm like empathetic to them all over again.
Yeah. I mean, I've completely forgotten what I was just going to say, but it was going to be really poignant.
Because you're wild like that. I love you.
Oh, bollocks. It just came in my head and then left again immediately. So anyway, Chris, good to see you.
The hate comment.
Huh? Yeah.
Hate comment. Talking about hate comment. And the feeling, the impact, absorbing the energy.
Nah. Oh, no. It's about the last few days. So the last few days, I've been feeling a particular way, and I'm not sure if it's because I'm picking up from people I know and I care about, or if it's because I'm picking up from around me because of the energy around me, the energy from the room next door to me, the general fucking energy and vibe around this place, or if it's me or if it's cheeky monkeys, or if it's my ego, or a different an aspect of my ego. But it's just been this persistent, horrible anger and anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
Or anxiety that causes anger, because
you don't know where it's coming from.
I'm sick of it. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of feeling like it. It happens once or twice every week, and it's like, I'm fucking
You're
sick
just
of
over it. I'm over it. That's why I didn't the last live stream that I did, it was only for like 30 minutes. Like, everything was good, and then soon as I went live, this like awful energy just surrounded me, and I still don't know where it came from or what it was about, and like I tried to like shake it and I couldn't shake it off, but that's the first time that it was that intense.
That sounds like when the Shadow Man came and visited me, and because the energy came into the room, I felt it, I just, and when the thing left, that whole energy, the whole feeling left with him. It was like, it was like coming out of a really hot, stuffy, cramped, confined space out onto the top of a mountain in the Swiss Alps with fresh air and beautiful views. You know, it was that's what the contrast between the two.
Yeah. That's
You're
how
very
it was. Like,
quiet
I was on the
there,
beach before I went in, and then when I got in there, it was like being in the absolute pits of hell. I was like, where in the hell did this? I was like, I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta go. I can't even do this. I'm not gonna put me through this. I'm not gonna put y'all through that. It was, but then when it left, it was like it was obliterated. There was not a speck of it left in the room, and I was like, I was the only one here this entire time. It's been me and the dog. Is my buddy is in jail, from what I gather. I haven't seen him since like Friday afternoon, and I can't get him on the phone. And when I got it this morning, I had a bunch of messages that it's likely that he's in jail, which is better than dead. I'm still mad nonetheless.
Just for the benefit of anybody watching that's going,
Oh my God, it's Illuminati!
it's how Kevin operates his camera with hand signals, and so all of this, he's just getting his camera to focus or not focus and stop moving and it's not a. There you go. Look at that. Look
at that, Kevin. Oh wow!
Illuminati triangle. Illuminati confirmed.
That is the coolest shit I've seen all year.
No, it wasn't even supposed to do that.
No, my obsession with triangles and the way you did that and it worked. I'm like, I'm going to be talking about that shit for the rest of the month.
That's not even an official symbol that you're supposed to be able to use.
Oh my! There we go. We just found you.
I just discovered something about this camera.
Well, I wonder if the other Illuminati symbols will do anything.
It's this, right?
Oh, that's the focus, isn't it?
This is zoom.
Zoom,
right?
Yeah.
But I went like this. See, this works. And this doesn't work, but this does.
I'm over the moon over this.
Does that do anything?
Yeah.
It stops.
If I could just get my phone to do something every time Rich says the word twat, I will that'll be it.
Every time Rich says the word what?
Every time you say the word twat, I can be like literally in a whole nother room. You say that, and I am rolling in the floor every time. I don't know what it is. I'm like that right there. That's why I love that man.
One of my favorite words because it's one of the best. Just for me, it's one of the best ways to express, my.
And you make it sound eloquent.
Eloquent. I love that.
I mean, really.
I love that. I make twat sound eloquent. That's brilliant.
You do. Find me another. It doesn't even sound. It doesn't even sound aesthetically off. When I hear you say it, I'm just like, listen to that. Listen to how brilliant and eloquent that sounds when he says the word twat.
Yeah, it sounds like something you wear on your head.
Oh God. Well, I'm intrigued this comment. Benacht Dradoin I don't know what language that is. Feich and Fokel. Fawa Bala. Is that Gaelic?
That's what I was getting.
Isn't it Gaelic?
Is that Gaelic? Kenneth, you're gonna have to help me out there, mate. What language? What dialect are we using there?
And so, like, what do you mean exactly? Do you mean like the way we say our words? It could cause put a curse on the children. Is that what you're saying?
That's what they've done. That's what they've done with the English
and
language.
Even the way you say the word.
The way the English language was engineered was to do.
And then there's all these different dialects.
For us to curse, we curse ourselves witithout reason because of the power of the spoken word, abracadabra, and we curse ourselves because we have these phrases put into our everyday dialogue where we say, "I am this, I am that," I am not. You know, when we put
Mhm.
I am in front of things unconsciously,
You're making yourself
we're making
the all power.
putting these limitations on us. It's like, you know, what do you do? I'm a bricklayer. I'm a this. I'm a that.
You're constricting yourself.
It's defining. You define it, don't you? You make something
Labeling.
fine and intricate and detailed, and you define it down into something that's, you know, not so beautiful. So how's your week been treating you, Kev?
Yeah.
How's your week been? You look like you're doing like magic master or something up on there. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
How's
Yeah.
your week been?
I was just casting a little bit of a spell there. You interrupted it, and oh no, it's gotten out of the circle. Okay.
Oh, Jesus, dude, you know what happened to bloody Aleister Crowley when he got interrupted? Now
I
we
thought
got
it
the
was Jack Parsons.
So
It was Jack Parsons, I think. Kaboom.
It was one of them, wasn't it? It was at Loch Ness, in the cottage at Loch Ness. He was doing it, wasn't he? He was doing an incantation that should have taken 3 days, and he got interrupted by his mentor.
Oh, I thought it was
That was Aleister Crowley. I'm pretty certain that was Aleister Crowley.
right.
I'm convinced that Barbara Bush was his daughter.
Aleister Crowley's daughter.
Yeah, like George W.'s mom, Barbara. That was I'm absolutely convinced she's Aleister Crowley's daughter. And if I could, oh my God.
Have you heard the theory about
No,
Hitler? And when I heard it, it made so much sense, and there's no confirmation of it whatsoever. Like, you will not find any confirmation of it somewhere anywhere. This is from one person that I heard this, but it was just like, ding. Yeah, that sounds right. King George had an affair with an Austrian woman.
Mm-hmm.
Got her pregnant, knocked her up, and she gave birth to her boy. And King George refused to recognize him.
Yeah.
And
that
woman
would cause a lot of
the woman
Yeah.
in Austria she was I think she was a woman of standing in Austria, and she was very adamant that he was going to recognize his son. And so she told him, I'm coming to London, and you will recognize your son. And then, basically just before she was due to come over, Jack the Ripper came out, started murdering prostitutes everywhere. And so it was really unsafe to go to London. And so the woman said, all right, maybe I'm not going to go to London now. And then fast forward to, I don't know when, well, basically when King George died, there's this theory that Hitler had got his way in to speak to his dad and blew his face off with a shotgun. And that's why it was a closed casket. And there were no family at the funeral. It was a military funeral, 100% military funeral, no family at the funeral. The body didn't lay in state. There was a closed casket, and it was all very quick. It all happened very quickly, and that's.
Don't you think this was odd?
Eh?
Don't you think this was odd? I mean, like how the Queen I literally got a notification saying that her doctors were concerned for her health, and all my friends were like in a hoopla about it. And I was like, guys, calm down. She's been on the throne for 80 years. I don't think we got anything to worry about. And then like 10 minutes later, they're like, she's dead. I'm like, what? No,
so
she wasn't even sick like yesterday. What the you mean she's dead?
So I don't know which show. I can't point to which show it was. I wouldn't be able to give anybody a link. But me and Roxanne talked about on the show 2 years ago. We talked about we'd heard on the comms, basically on the back channels, we'd heard London Bridge is falling from the military, and London Bridge is falling basically means the Queen is either dead or dying, and that was in 2020. The Queen disappeared for a bit back then.
Yes, you did.
And when she came back, she didn't look like the Queen or sound like her. And so
And she didn't do very many speaking engagements either. Did you notice that? I did.
Yeah. So, and if anybody was paying attention, if anybody's been paying attention at all, the Queen is always famous on the Christmas Day speech. She's famous for sitting there, taking her glasses up and putting them on, because she needs to wear glasses to be able to read. And Christmas just gone, she didn't wear any glasses.
No.
She didn't pick any. She just sat there and read her speech. And then the next Queen that I saw was about fucking a foot shorter than her, I swear, and thinner and not as posh. And yeah, it's like
Elizabeth was cheeky,
carting out their body doubles, because the Queen is. I can believe that the Queen has been alive and has just recently died. But I'm more likely to believe that the Queen died 2 years ago, but they needed the date. They had it all lined up. She's going to die. She's going to have been reigning for 70 years, and it's going to be on the same day.
We knew Philip was going to die.
On the same day, Jack the Ripper's victims were found. First victim was found, and there's all these things about the day and the date and the numbers, the correlations, and everything.
And it
some
makes
of them
sense.
are wrong. Say again.
It makes sense. Like when you look at the numbers sometimes, but sometimes you got to really look at the numbers because they're not actually reporting them correctly. So like you, I can believe that the Queen lived, and I believe that she recently died as well. But this date that they're giving us is no, just no.
You know,
no.
Something I just thought of is I wonder what Jason from Archaics has to say.
Well, Jason from Archaics actually predicted it. Jason from Archaics said not long ago, one of the royals is going to die before the end of the year. Basically, he didn't say that. I'm paraphrasing. But he predicted that one of the royals is going to die.
I remember that. that.
So hats off to Jason Brashears.
Yeah.
Some people think that he's connected to the Freemasons. Maybe he's got back-end information from the Freemasons.
I was thinking the exact date going back in his timeline, what it relates to in the past.
Yeah, I mean,
he does the back side of the timeline too, and shows how they always interconnect. That's why I love
the isometric projections that he does, like how the dates mirror and everything. It's that date is going to be mirrored back in time and forward, and it's a isometric projection.
Yep, I love that. Oh my gosh, don't even get me started on Jason. Speaking of, why is he not in the tree? Why we need to have him on? We really got to get him on. I know he's busy.
We're working on that. We're just like
it was 1776 days since the first Q post when the Queen died. Is that what you're saying, Red Eye? Because that's just brilliant.
Wow! Oh my gosh!
I was actually saving a lot of pictures today about 1776, about the founding fathers. I was basically looking at the founding fathers, because this whole story about the founding fathers, every time I hear it now, when I see it portrayed, it just makes me very frustrated and angry, because they're portraying these founding fathers as these wise old men with hair and blah blah. They're a bunch of fucking kids. The oldest one there was 44 years old.
Yeah.
44.
Oh my gosh, the kids that don't get me started.
And if anybody, and also Alexander Hamilton, that whole Hamilton thing that they've done, the whole Hamilton what do they call it? theatertainment or something. What basically they've created this stage play about Alexander Hamilton, about this poor orphan kid who grew up in the slums and he came from nothing and worked his way up, and he was the founding father without a father. And they've written this, they've done it all in this stupid crappy fucking rap, or their attempt at street grime kind of stuff. And it's one of the lyrics in it, like, oh, the founding father without a father. When you look I watched Truth Stream Media's brilliant documentary about Alexander Hamilton. I watched it this morning, and they show exactly who Alexander Hamilton was. He was a shadow banker. He was a 25-year-old puppet of the private banking industry. So,
was he watching the thing about the railroad?
Sorry?
Was you watching the thing about the railroad?
No, about Alexander Hamilton.
There's a show on the History Channel right now that it's really good. I don't know how accurate the retelling of the history itself is, though, but it has to do with
the History Channel is 100% fake, false narrative. It's not true.
It has to do with the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers,
definitely not true then,
and the Carnegies, and like the railroad system, and basically the founding of America and the industrialization. And I'm like sitting there watching it, going, every bit of this is bullshit. And how? And oh my Lord,
it's frustrating, isn't it? It's really frustrating.
Yes.
I mean, the most frustrating thing about
if you catch me at the right time, there's flames shooting straight out of my nostrils sometimes while I'm watching this stuff, going the madness. Oh Lord, help me.
No, it's just the fact that that there's people sat there going, "Oh wow, really? Gosh, wow, it's really interesting. Oh, I never knew that. Wow, what an honorable, fantastic person that was. Oh, how intelligent they obviously were. Yeah."
And I'm like, are you serious?
You're serious?
I go, you're believing. Oh, help me, Jesus.
Good call, Israel Adams. Throw the TV. Actually, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Especially not if you've got a console. Like, you need
and I got a nice flat screen.
Everybody needs to shoot a zombie now and again, man. Everybody needs to get up there and shoot some zombies. Shoot some zombies. Shoot some bad guys. It's good. It's good therapy for me. That is. But that's the only reason that I've got a TV is for the console, and both TV and console have been completely unplugged. The TV's covered with towels for the last couple of months. I covered the TV up with towels, and I unplugged the Xbox, unplugged it all, and said, "Nah."
Really?
Just the. I've got my iMac on 24/7, but.
Yeah, well, okay. When I really explain mine, it's way different because it's just, for all intents and purposes, when you look at the thing that is mounted, that's what I'm going to call it, the thing that is mounted to the wall that I use for TV operation purposes, sometimes computer and stuff, people just go, it's just a TV. And I'm like, right. Because you built that, because you know what's the components inside that there screen, that doohickey on the wall. Just miss me with that, please. Don't even.
Send them off to the patents. Like, look at all the patents that there are on TVs and what they're for controlling thoughts, for controlling emotions. They've patented the it's all about the frequencies. Ethan, if you can hear me, mate, your device is not connected, so I can't bring you in.
Do I need to? What if I need to step out? I can step out because I would love to. I cannot wait to hear what he's got to say. I don't know.
No, his device isn't connected, so I can't.
He's still shooting zombies, probably.
Have you got him on instant message, Kev?
I got to go get my other phone. Be right back.
Just
Exactly.
let him know as the device isn't connected, so I can't bring him in until his device connects. Enlightened Dawn, welcome. How you doing?
The gematria. Oh, I love gematria. I love gematria.
See. I like numerology,
Yeah,
but I have this
gematria is more
sense.
complex. Yeah,
I have this sense or feeling that gematria is an Illuminati psyop.
construct. Yeah, I could see that. I could
Because
totally.
you can get you can get gematria to say pretty much what you can find multiple meanings.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
You can have it say that Jesus Christ is awesome, and you can have it say that Jesus Christ is the devil. It's
Yeah, it's all your intent and thought when you put that.
Hey,
And I know
Richie.
that.
Richie,
yes.
he says the browser has his mic and camera blocked. How does he unblock that?
What
from the
browser is it? What
That's
browser
fine.
is it?
What browser are you using, Ethan?
I just need to turn my fan on because I am sweating.
That's why I had to come out my little cardigan. The weather in North Carolina that at this time of year period is about as bipolar as it gets. Like it rained all day yesterday. I mean, all day from the time I got up till the time I went to bed last night, it rained. So today it's not raining and it's probably about 70 to 80 degrees outside. It's probably sticky out there. Ugh.
Oh, that's nice.
I am gonna
That's
miss the Queen and all of her ensembles.
Okay.
I loved her in the lime green.
He was trying on the phone, but he's going to boot up his computer. So
okay.
just give me a minute. I'm gonna turn my camera off for a minute.
Put some pants on.
Well, we've managed to keep it going for 52 minutes, man.
Yeah.
Yay! We've got Callum.
Oh yeah. Where has he been?
Oh, I haven't sent bloody near the
You
link
haven't
yet.
sent anybody any links. That's why they're not here.
Hey there, beautiful souls.
Oh my
How you
God.
doing, dude?
Yes, hello. I missed you. I missed all of you, but I have to
Send
personally tell you,
Nira,
I missed you and your voice. And oh my God. Oh my God.
our friend in Israel, Nir, as well. I've just sent him a link because he asked me this morning about coming on. Right. Yeah, how have you been, dude? Callum? How have you been, mate? Can you hear me? You can't hear anything.
No. We're good. We're good. Wait.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me. All right.
Can you hear me?
So, yeah.
Okay. But I can't hear Cal. I could not hear Callum. So maybe he's got his.
Callum's dropped off. He'll come back.
He'll come back in.
Here he is. Here he is. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can't
I
hear
heard.
you.
Oh, I think he's lying. I think he's playing tricks on us. I think he can hear everything
Probably.
we're saying.
Because he is very tricky like that. You silly. I know you can. I know you can hear us. Something just tells me you're listening. But are you listening?
Is that lipstick on your
Hello.
collar?
I love this, leaving like that little print on my green kids' foreheads of black lipstick so they know their
I'll
GG's
try
on there.
again.
I can hear you.
Close it
We
all
can hear
down.
you.
Start again.
We can hear you.
Oh, well. Mars, yeah. Enlightened Dawn, how you doing? Mars Vay, how you doing? So I'm just trying to sit when I see people that I haven't said hello to yet. India, how you doing, babe? Lizzo! What up? Oi, oi. And Brian. One love, mate.
Hey.
Da. Good to see you.
How are you doing? I hope you all are doing well.
So,
it's so good to see all of you in the chat.
Ethan's just firing up his computer so that we can actually get him on, and then he'll be able to share stuff as well. If he's on his computer, it's better because he'll be able to share stuff. And I'll tell you what we'll do. While we're waiting for Callum and Ethan, because we've been going for 55 minutes, it's time for a break. You can go and have a little wee and make yourselves a tea and just roll yourself up a doobie.
Let's do it.
We will be back, so don't go anywhere.
You're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss. Big beauty.
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this?
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. Resist!
Live in hell, sleeps under when the grand scheme plan keeps all these people wondering why we still running in place, frustrated. Pride is mistaken for hate, it's upgraded. I got a little breath left, less suffocated. Pointed the epiphanies and call them all drug related. The time I spent with my life on bent, trying to find the friends inside my head. Must have disengaged every phase and stage of my I'm coming of age. My unofficial autobio will be accompanied with tips on how to smile. Cause I found that when they don't see you frown, they never know that you're a threat and they don't sweat you when you come around. So who's gonna be my next door savior? Step up to your neighbor and do me a favor. Take off the mask, let it all collapse. Empty the pack and watch your wings grow back. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. Society becomes jealousy, intimacy becomes intensity. Say it with a smile like it's meant to be, and all of a sudden, boom, American family. And I can tell when you're mad at your past, because you tend to take them turns just a little too fast. I can tell how you push your foot on the gas, that you already knew that you was gonna finish last. Slow it down and take a little time to look up at them clouds with the fake silver lining. Up in a tree knowing damn well you'll never reach the top, but you don't stop, you keep climbing. Well, okay, it's settled. No more nights in this weed and thorn infested metal. From this day forth, only forward I pedal. Get the memo, I'm cutting the strings to pedal. Shuffle the cards and let's argue. Rooted in between the computer games and cartoons. Stop and watch us all get lost between God and a shot of scotch. Let's get fly. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, but we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine.
You're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss. Big beauty.
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant.
Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse. FBI. All across the line. Suspected spies. Clientele. Tomahawks. Forces.
Like something you would say growing up. You know, like, man, I'm in a tree house. This is awesome. I can see trees all around me. I got a telescope. This is rad.
We all know what's coming, what's just around the corner. We all know that we don't have long. We all know that we're connected. We all know that we have our soul tribes, possibly connected in every incarnation through the generations. And we are finding each other. And we are realizing that there is a better way. Going back to our roots, embracing ancient knowledge and ancient culture to live life better now. This is what we are doing with the Magic Treehouse. We are moving to Ecuador. We're going to work with the indigenous people, become self-sufficient, and no longer slaves to the system. Building a new community for a new way of life. The Magic Treehouse, Center for Healing. Right, boom. We are back.
All right, Ethan.
You know, I've done it completely wrong again. What I'm supposed to do, bear with me 1 second, Ethan. I'm really sorry. What I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to bring him in. I'm supposed to introduce the man, Ethan. And I should really have much more background information on the man. But this has been very, in the last few days, I have not really been doing, like I said, I've been feeling some shit.
I can introduce him, Richie.
But Kevin can introduce the man. So I will hand over to my co-host, Kevin.
So you probably all know I've recently been living in Michigan, and through my ex-roommate, I was introduced to Ethan and found his work on RSO mouthwash. And I had some dental issues, and so I immediately began to use it. Had incredible results. Had like plaque removal for my teeth and gum health immediately just changed. And I saw like regrowth of muscle, or not muscle. Yeah, muscle.
And enamel.
enamel.
No, gum tissue.
All right. Yeah.
Oh,
So receding
Yeah,
gums. It's receding
yeah.
gum lines coming
And
back.
so, and then, he also has so much information, like on water quality or water poison, really, because the water we're getting is not quality water;
it's
it's
not
poison
good.
water. And how to take action as citizens, and just
Common law.
it goes on. So, without
So,
further ado,
without further ado,
Ethan, come
Ethan
on
D.
on.
Dean, welcome to the Magic Treehouse.
Thank you. It's an
How
honor to
you
be
doing?
here. It's an honor to be
I'm
here.
gonna
Can you hear me okay?
put you up. I know you're used to being on the camera on your own. I've been watching a couple of your videos. I watched your last sort of your last few streams over the last week or so. Yeah, you're used to being on the camera by yourself. I hand the floor over to you, sir.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. I might just turn your mic up a little bit.
All right, excellent. Well, Lord have mercy. I'm 64 years young, 64 years old, and I'm getting younger every day. Roughly about 3 years ago, I was literally on my deathbed. I was checking out. I'd worked construction most of my life. About 25 to 30 years ago, I invented a power coping saw. This was to the best of my knowledge, this was the last hand saw in the world to be effectively powerized. And the power tool industry, had been trying to develop a power coping saw since the 50s. I had one of the original ones that was released, that was released from Black & Decker. And it would just vibrate in the wood and put your hand to sleep. It was a very ineffective saw. And so I spent 20 years pursuing that, and industry was just totally against it. It just oppression and suppression. They were not going to let me in. I exhibited at the National Hardware Show, and about 30 years ago is when the National Hardware Show started dying off. The National Hardware Show used to be a huge event where you would have vendors from all over the world come to Chicago, and they would fill that hall. When I was there, it was just a little section. Most of the hall was curtained off. And I was actually poisoned. I had an interview with HGTV, and I was so sick. I was vomiting and vomiting and vomiting, and I was so weak and shaking, and everybody's panicking. My crew is panicking because they need me to be fixed so that I can stand in front of the camera and demonstrate my saw. So I managed to pull it together. I gave my demonstration. I demonstrated the saw. And and the second the camera was off, I had to run and I had to launch. And the crazy thing is that that experience, that 20 years of experience of the oppression and suppression, was just God's way of preparing me for what I've been dealing with here as of late. So about 3 years ago, I was literally on my deathbed. I was down to about 130 pounds. I was all gaunt and hollow here in the shoulders. I was all caved in. I was sweating 24 hours a day. I was sleeping 18 hours a day. I had virtually no strength. I mean, just to turn the doorknob, to open the door, to go inside or out, was a struggle for me. And the good Lord showed me something. I'd been struggling with poor oral health for a long, long time. And I wanted to know, could I get healing? Could I get relief on in my oral cavity, the way I experienced healing on the exterior of my body with cannabis extractions? And I'd been using a dental pick daily. The calcified plaques that would accumulate on my teeth and my gums was a daily event. And so I literally had my own dental pick, and part of my daily routine was scraping the plaque off of my teeth. My gums were all receded, heavily receded all throughout my mouth. And I'm using my formulation, and I'm getting relief. The pain is subsiding, the bleeding is subsiding, and I'm using my dental pick, and I'm not feeling any plaque. And I investigate, by looking in the mirror and examining, and I'm just not seeing the plaques. And as time goes on, my gums are rejuvenating, and most of my teeth had decay along the gum line because I got hit really hard in that economic collapse, the world economic collapse, because I had so much invested into my power coping saw, and it took me down. I lost the family home that I built, that I raised my family in, and I had to start all over. I'm out here all by myself in Kalkaska, trying to reestablish myself, and I was networking. I knew several farmers that were growing cannabis, but they didn't have the chutzpah or the cojones to take their goods into the dispensaries because things were very uncertain here in Michigan with regards to medical marijuana at that time, because what we had done was a voter initiative, and the government, those that like to call themselves authorities, were still against it. So they were doing everything they could to suppress it. In fact, they kept busting people that had medical marijuana cards, and while they're in court, the judge puts a gag order on. They're going for a jury trial, which is an administrative process. Trial by jury is what we should have, where the jurors are the judge. In other words, the jurors decide whether you're guilty or not and what your punishment is. A jury trial is an administrative process. The only thing the jury determines is guilt or innocence, and then the judge, a single man, determines what your punishment's going to be. And the judge was putting gag orders on these people. They couldn't even let the jury know that they had a medical marijuana card to defend themselves. So that's the way the situation was. And at that time, concentrates were not recognized as part of medical marijuana. And of course, what I'm dealing with is a concentrate. So I got gum tissue rejuvenation throughout my entire mouth, down to the rot on my teeth. It wouldn't go any further. And one area of my mouth just looked absolutely horrible. So I started doing research, and I learned about Weston Price. And in the early 1900s, Weston Price was very interested in oral. And he traveled the world, and he was investigating people's diets and their oral health. And he found that there were some people that just had marvelous oral health, great teeth, no tooth decay. And this was all due to their diet. You see, plaques are caused by carbohydrates, bacteria, and saliva. And so every toxic tooth is a bacteria fungal factory. And I'm going to take a drink here.
You carry on and refresh yourself, sir. I'm going to do the same with my invisible juice.
Right on. Yeah, drink your poison water. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So
this is apple. It's apple. But yeah, poison.
Oh, excellent. As long as it's all juice, it's probably good. If they've added water to it, it's not. But
no, this
so
is
anyway,
carbonated. It's not good. We'll talk about it later.
Right. So I'm studying about Weston Price, and I learned that he was healing people by pulling their toxic teeth. People would get up out of their wheelchairs. People were recovering from devastating diseases. And one of the experiments he did was he took one of these teeth that he extracted and put it underneath the skin of a rabbit. And that rabbit developed the disease. And then he took the tooth out and put it underneath the skin of another rabbit. And he did this 20 times. And in each case, the rabbit developed the disease that being caused by this toxic tooth. And so government came in and just destroyed the man. The same way they did with William Rife, Royal William Rife, the man who discovered healing frequencies back in the early 1900s. See, Big Pharma wants you sick. Big Pharma wants you dying.
100%.
And government wants to harvest you every chance they get.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely 100% agreed.
And so the good Lord, I believe, put me on this path long time ago, because when I was a young man, when I was in my early teens, I had a real hard talk with the Lord. And to me, all these years later, it's obvious that he heard me. And he put me on this path. And an interesting thing, another interesting thing, a point I want to make is my generation, when we got the vaccine when we were born, or shortly after we were born, we got a scar. We got a scar from that vaccine. And I didn't get the mark. And my mom took me back to the doctor, and I'm not sure if they gave me a second one or not. I'm thinking that they did, and I didn't get the mark. My younger brother got the mark. Everybody else in my school got the mark. I didn't get the mark. And the doctor told my mother that I was born with the natural immunities. So I was given a body with an incredible immune system. I can, my earliest memories of injuries, fall down and cut your knee or cut your hand or whatever. And I would just pick up dirt and I would rub dirt in my wounds, and I would heal up just fine. I never was one for having infections from cuts, abrasions, and things like this.
Yeah.
So I know that the good Lord gave me this incredible immune system. Now, these toxic teeth, they kill people. They literally kill people. And so you have, in the root of every tooth, you have 2 to 6 miles of tubal. And that's depending on the size of the tooth. The larger the tooth, the more tubal you have. And Dr. Thomas Levy teaches us that bacteria can fit 5 side by side in that tubal for 2 to 6 miles, and that bacteria will morph into extremely toxic bacteria. And that when it's in a molar, the immense pressure of chewing is more effective than a syringe at delivering these toxins into your lymphatic system. Dr. Levy is a heart surgeon, and I ran across one of his videos after I had been through my healing process, because I originally learned from Weston Price, and I had gotten my worst tooth removed, and but now I'm finding a modern day man by the name of Dr. Thomas Levy. And on the homepage of my website, Oral Health with Cannabis, there's a link that you can listen to his talk. He's given many, many talks, but this talk is, he's at an international oral health conference, and he is not an oral health guy. He's a heart surgeon. But the reason he's there is because he finds oral plaques in the high pressure ventricle of 90% of his patients. So Dr. Thomas Levy claims that toxic teeth are the cause of 90% of heart attacks. He claims that they are the cause of the majority of breast cancer. He claims that it can be a cause of virtually any inflammatory condition or disease. So I found myself on this amazing, looks like I found myself on this amazing journey of healing. And I've been getting younger and stronger ever since. And so in late 2013, I took a leap of faith and I opened up a provisioning center for medical marijuana. And did it out here in Kalkaska, out in the middle of nowhere, not in a city, just on a byway out in the sticks. And oh my goodness, it was such a slow grow. If I had a $5 day, that was a good day. Well, eventually business started getting a little bit better. And then one day I come into the shop and my landlord has taken down the sign and locked the door. I'm out. And he had panicked because of the raids that were happening in Michigan. Well, time had passed and things had changed a little bit. And they were talking about anybody that had a provisioning center would be grandfathered in based on new legislation that was proposed. So one of the activists, excuse me, by the name of Jamie Lowell, had advised me on this. So I went back to my old landlord and explained this to him and said, I would like to reopen the shop. Well, my landlord was a little nervous about all of this. So he went to talk with the Kalkaska County prosecutor, Mike Perot. And Mr. Perot assured my landlord that it would be okay as long as it was marijuana and nothing but marijuana. And I reopened the shop. Well, time's passing, and I'm explaining to people about my experience with my oral health and my improvement. And one of the farmers that I had only met this man because he walked through my door wanting to supply product. And he says, I talked with my dentist, and we have decided that we will put your claims to the test. So I gave him 2 dropper bottles like this, 2 dropper bottles like this of cannabis formulation, and told him, use it after you brush your teeth. Try and swish it in your mouth for 2 minutes. If you want to swallow it down, swallow it down. If you don't want to swallow it down, spit it out. It's optional.
It's the first thing I asked Kevin.
Swallow it down, you're going to get those endocannabinoids, and you can experience more than just oral health from this.
Yeah.
So he right there on the home, scroll down to where you see pictures of teeth with red on them. And the description will explain that that's plaque disclosing dye capsules that he chewed. So he went to the dentist, had brushed and flossed his teeth, chewed the plaque disclosing capsule, and the dentist took pictures. Well, he left and he started using the mouthpiece. That one's my wife. Take a look at the gum tissue rejuvenation there. Well, we're on that picture. We'll stay here for just a second. What you're looking at right there, that gum tissue rejuvenation is absolutely incredible. But that happened after she had an exposed root completely covered with new gum tissue. You see, Donna has always been extremely sensitive to cannabis. And so, she's like a one toke Sally, that's it. One toke and she's done. She doesn't need any more. And
that's cheap.
And years earlier, she had done a small dab of an extraction, an RSO type extraction, and she started hallucinating. She's seeing purple turtles in pink tutus dancing. And this freaked her out, right? I mean, at that point, she wants nothing to do with a concentrate. So now it's years later, and I have been through hell. I have been crossed, and Donna says to me, she says, "I want to rinse." Well, she's using it, and about 7 to 10 days, she says, my gums aren't bleeding anymore when I floss my teeth. And her breath was much better. And it had been about roughly 30 days or so. And she had this habit of putting her finger in her mouth like this. And she's doing this all the time. And I never knew what she was doing. I just figured, she's scraping some stuff off her teeth, but she had an exposed root, and the ridge of that root, she would click it with her fingernail as a nervous habit. And one day, it's a Friday of all days, she says, "Babe, I can't click my tooth." I said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "I can't click my tooth." I said, "Are you telling me that you had an exposed root and you don't have an exposed root anymore?" She says, "Yeah, that's what I'm telling you." Well, I wasn't paying attention to her mouth at all. I mean, I was dealing with the hell that the so-called authorities, these tyrants, had brought down on me. And I was just pleased that Donna was using the mouth rinse, and I was caught completely off guard because I'm not evaluating her mouth at all. And she tells me this, and I'm just chomping at the bit because the dentist that we were using over in Mansalona took digital pictures, and she had been in about 6 months prior for an evaluation and tooth cleaning where they took digital pictures of her mouth. So I wanted these digital pictures, and of course they're not open until Monday. So that was like one of the longest weekends of my life. So here it is Monday. We get in the car, we head out there, and I want these pictures, and she's going to sign a release, and they want to know why. Well, they don't give me a picture of that tooth. They give me pictures of the rest of her mouth, but not that tooth. And these pictures were the lowest quality, grainy pictures. On my website, you can find a research proposal. I'm not sure what page it's on, but the pictures from that dentist are in that research proposal. So now I'm taking pictures. I'm taking pictures. So that picture there, those two pictures you see, that's when I started and when I stopped. Now, I'm not even paying attention to her eye teeth because there's no sign of gum tissue loss in either of those pictures. But what's obvious is incredible gum tissue rejuvenation. So because there was no sign of gum tissue loss, I'm not focusing on that at all. I'm looking at her back teeth where I'm seeing exposed roots. And so every day I'm taking pictures, and this is driving her crazy, right? Because she's got to hold her mouth open. She's got to pull her gums back, and lighting makes a difference. Camera angle makes a difference. And so I'm just driving her crazy with this, but she's being a good sport. And I'm taking all these pictures, and I am documenting gum tissue rejuvenation in the back of her mouth. However, we don't get the complete covering of the root, and we run out of formulation. So we're done. And so now I've got literally hundreds and hundreds of pictures that I'm evaluating. And I run across these two pictures of her eye teeth. And I'm like, whoa, you got to be kidding me. This all happened after she got gum tissue rejuvenation on that tooth where she had that exposed root where she's always clicking her tooth. So I'm thinking, all right, this is awesome, because everything that has been touted about the benefits, the health benefits of cannabis, has been poo-pooed by the medical industry as a BS, right? So example, somebody goes in to see the doctor, and the doctor's, oh, I got bad news. You got bladder cancer, you got this cancer, whatever. And they want to get them on chemo, or they want to do surgery, or both. And some people will say, well, I'm going to take a different option, doc. And they take a different option. They come back later for an evaluation, and the doc says, hey, good news. You're in remission. And he says, see, doc, I was using marijuana. And the doc says, oh, no. That has nothing to do with it. People just go into remission. It happens. So now I have visual, measurable, repeatable results, and on a condition that's so important for your overall health. In 2000, the Surgeon General report said you cannot be healthy without good oral health. And at that time, in 2015, when I discovered this, it was written in the United States National Library of Medicine, if you have lost gum tissue, it's gone forever and it's not coming back. And the reason I found that statement is because Colgate was advertising with it. So I get on the computer and I get to the NIH, National Institute of Health, and I submit to them my findings. They put me on this wild goose chase, just sending me round and round and round that took me nowhere. Well, let's go back to the raid. When the authorities decided to raid me, the pictures you see of calcified plaque removal from that farmer who was supplying cannabis to my shop, I had those pictures in, that's my wife. Scroll down to the ones with the red. He's got a partial. There, yeah, right there. So you can see all that plaque on his teeth and his gums. And he used the mouth rinse for 30 days and brought me those pictures. It was about 2 weeks later is when the authorities came storming down and raided my home and raided my business. So what Maxine Waters tells us about this supercomputer that knows everything about everybody, what Edward Snowden tells us about the surveillance on everybody, appears to be quite true, because it's only a matter of weeks that I have this in my hand and they come and do what they did to me. Well, the prosecuting attorney says there's going to be no charges. And so this happened in December 2015. By January 2016, I'm in Washington State because Washington State was the only state in the union offering a marijuana research license. I pulled into this little town. Right now, I can't recall the name of it. I went to a city hall meeting. At that city hall meeting was a representative from the Pacific Coast Economic Development. And they made an introduction for me there. And so then I started networking with him. And and I had made a submission to the Washington State Licensing Authority. And this fellow with the Pacific Coast Economic Development was introducing me to a congressman and a senator. And so now it's, I'm going to say, mid-February 2016, and my phone rings. Well, it's my defense attorney from Kalkaska. He says, Ethan, I just got off the phone with the prosecutor. There's going to be no charges. You want to come back to Michigan? It's safe for you. I said, well, hey, Mr. Scott Isles, I want to say his name because he's a treasonous parasitic rat. Mr. Scott Isles of Kalkaska, Michigan. Thank you very much for the call, but I'm out here and I'm doing this. Within 2 weeks, roughly 2 weeks time frame, they revoked the research license. No research license for you, like the soup Nazi on Seinfeld, right?
Oh,
so,
wow.
What to do? Well, I'd already been to a patent attorney, and I had patent experience, right, because of my power coping saw. And I'm calling around for patent attorneys, and a fellow advises me, you need a biochemical patent attorney. I'd never heard of a biochemical patent attorney. Well, I found one in Kent, Washington, by the name of R. Reams Goodlow. And I made patent. And so there's nothing left for me to do in Washington. And my family is in Michigan. And so I come to Michigan and I contact my brother, and I find him on his deathbed. He was living in Grand Rapids, and I went to Grand Rapids to talk with him. And I knocked on his door, and I knock, and he's, go away, go away. Like, Myron, it's Ethan. He's, oh, geez, Ethan, hang on, hang on. He comes to the door. Oh my God, he was in such horrible shape. Poor oral health was taking his life. And here's the thing. About a year prior, his dentist noticed a white lesion about the size of a quarter on the roof of his mouth and didn't say a word to him. Didn't say a word to him. Now my brother's on his deathbed, checking out from poor oral health. I could have helped him. But with all this government oppression and suppression, that didn't happen. So in March 2016, my younger brother passed from poor oral health. And
sorry to hear that, man.
I don't have a patent issued, but I have the pictures of what you're showing right there of Mr. E. This man wants to be known as Mr. E. I have no contact with this man today. Now, the pictures you're looking at there are at 30 days. And the dentist that I had not met at this point is saying, I can't say anything good at this point because the pocket depths have increased. Have you ever been to the dentist where they take this gauge? It's like a needle. It's a gauge, and they stick it down between your gum and your tooth to see how far down it goes. If it's a 1 or a 2, you have very healthy gums. If it's a 3, 4, 5, or 6, that's indicating deterioration of your oral health. And she says, I'm noticing increased pocket depth, so I can't say anything good about it. Well, it's 45 days now have passed, and I'm on my way out to Washington State. And at the 60-day evaluation, the dentist is so impressed, she wants to get involved in clinical trials. Well, Jamie Lowell, who I mentioned earlier, who's been a cannabis activist here in Michigan for as long as I could remember, had a direct connection with a man, I believe a man, well, man, male or female, right? At the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, who could get some cannabis research conducted. So I get this dentist in direct contact with Jamie Lowell. And in May of 2016, the authorities come and put me in handcuffs and haul me away and charge me with multiple felonies. It's about this time that the dentist goes silent. The dentist is no longer interested in clinical trials, no longer interested in talking with me. Here for her freedom, her finances. So screw what's best for her patients. She's going to protect herself. She's not going to stand up for the people. She's not going to stand up for me. Right? Even though she's got no involvement, all she did was an evaluation. But she knows the government will come and destroy her. So I've been on this incredible journey. So for 6 years, literally, I'm going to say 5.5 to 6 years of this, these government attacks, I had no idea that I was being actually attacked. I thought I was dealing with a bad situation, misunderstanding, but I had the evidence, I had the proof. Even though my patent wasn't issued, I had these pictures. I was going to make a difference because this is no longer anecdotal. This is scientific, visual, measurable, repeatable results for optimal oral health with marijuana, something that is so crucial to your overall health. And every root canal tooth is a toxic tooth. Dr. Thomas Levy will explain that in that video. Every root canal tooth is a toxic tooth. And in America, the ADA puts in, on average, 15 million root canals every year. 15 million, and they are expensive. Now, not only do we rejuvenate gums and remove calcified plaques and prevent calcified plaques, this formulation puts a protective coating on your teeth that seals the micro pores and micro cavities that is impermeable to acidics. When people are drinking apple cider vinegar for their health, they're advised, drink it through a straw, don't let it touch your teeth. Bull crap. If you have good formulation of cannabis, you can let it touch your teeth because the oil is impermeable to acidics like apple cider vinegar, orange juice, grapefruit juice, etc. How do I know? Because I took it, I made a dab, I dimpled it, and I poured the apple cider vinegar right in the dimple. Hours later, nothing, it hasn't touched it, it hasn't dissolved it, it hasn't thinned it, nothing. So the medical industry does not want this to be known. And so in May 2016, when the authorities came and hauled me away with all those felony charges, that same month, the National Institute of Health, I'd already been there, right? I'd already been there, several emails back and forth, and they're giving me all this runaround. The National Institute of Health in May 2016 funds a research project with $1.8 billion, with a B, $1.8 billion to rejuvenate gum tissue, but they don't title it that. They use a false title because they don't want Ethan to get wind of what they're doing. So the title of the research program was Revolutionizing the Root Canal. Now let's fast forward to the fall of 2018. In the fall of 2018, the examiner with the United States Patent and Trademark Office attacks my patent. He contacts my patent attorney and colludes with my patent attorney to go against me. And he wants me, this examiner wants me to drop all of my proposed claims and accept one claim that he is proposing for me. He's saying prior art is not going to allow my claims, but he's got a claim that's going to work for me. Well, this is a biochemical patent attorney I'm dealing with. Trying to read patents is, you need an education for that. You need experience. Otherwise, you're just lost. It's like trying to read a foreign language. And so I'm reading what this guy is sent, and it's like, well, this is crazy. And I said to my patent attorney, I said, what do I do? He said, I'd tell him to pound sand. Well, now keep in mind, my patent attorney is billing me for all of this. And what should my patent attorney have done? He shouldn't have done anything with me at this point. He shouldn't have sent me that email from the examiner. He shouldn't have invoiced me for that email. He shouldn't have invoiced me for any of the phone calls. He shouldn't have invoiced me for any of his time. He should have got on the horn to the head of the United States Patent and Trademark Office and said, hey, we got a problem here. You got a rogue inspector. That's what he should have done. But he didn't. He colluded with this guy to do what they did to me. Let's fast forward, I want to say because now in the fall of 2018, they had expended that $1.8 billion because it was the fall, it was the spring of 2019 when they released the results of that study. And it was the first or second paragraph said failed to regenerate gum tissue. And this was under the heading of revolutionizing the root canal. And it was the first or second paragraph said failed to regenerate gum tissue. That ought to tell you everything you need to know. This is when that examiner in the fall of 2018, that's when this examiner contacts my patent attorney to start putting this on me, right? So I had no idea that I was under all of these attacks by government. I just figure I'm dealing with a terrible situation. And so now the 2020 election had happened, and there was a lot of concern about election integrity. And so I'm paying attention, and I run across this guy who's doing some teachings on constitutional rights and telling you we got all power. We the people got all power, and I was asleep as anybody. I was just as much a sheep and a slave as anybody at that point. I was as dumbed down as anybody. And I'm like, yeah, right. Well, I started following along with this guy, and he's got this paperwork that he's developed, and I adopted it, and I'm using it, and then a fellow by the name of Matt DePerno, who is running for Attorney General here in Michigan, adopted that paperwork, and I think it was 40,000 of those 40,000 documents signed by Michiganders. That's what gave me the confidence that this paperwork was solid. It's real. If the man who was a bar attorney running for Attorney General adopted this paperwork, in other words, it's an Article 3 court. So in the beginning, comes now afferent, one of the people is seen in the Michigan Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, G Juris, in this court of record do make the following claims. Then you get into your testimony. And then after your testimony is the verification and notary as jurat certificate. This man adopted that paperwork. He adopted the whole thing, all the language, and he added a couple of words that I was impressed with. And then I come to realize he didn't need to add those words at all. But anyways, the point is that he adopted this paperwork. So I'm running with it. So I've held court. I've held court with the DEA. I've held court with the United States Patent and Trademark Office. I've held court with Gretchen Whitmer. I've held court with the sheriff of Kalkaska. I got a whole list. You can find a lot of that on the services page of my website. There's a section there with documents, and the file was too big to scan in as one file. So it's Camp Grayling, Gretchen. Those are the words that are in it. I'm not sure if that's the order, but there's 2 PDFs there. And so one of my videos, Own Your Authority, I want to say 9, is of me taking these court cases to the Kalkaska County Sheriff. I've been trying to meet with him for a year, but he won't meet with me. He keeps refusing to meet with me. And I'd had it. So I loaded up my briefcase and I went there, and I'm demanding that he see me. And they're refusing. And I'm refusing to leave. And I spent, I want to say, a couple hours there. And then finally, one of the people says, well, you can talk with the undersheriff. So I think I'm going to be talking with the undersheriff. And out comes this guy. And so I turn on my my camera. I didn't have enough subscribers to do live, so I'm limited to the storage on my camera. But I'm doing this in their lobby under their video, their audio, and this man has his body cam on. So I believe that I'm speaking with the undersheriff. It turns out I'm not. I'm talking with the jail sergeant. And it ended perfectly. About the 20-minute mark, it ended with me showing and proving to him that I can prosecute my own cases. So where he was refusing to take my paperwork, he's refusing to take it. By the end of the meeting, he's got his hands out like this. Give me that paperwork. And I gave it all to him. And I said, and here's one for the sheriff, okay? So that's this right here. I put the sheriff in my court with that paperwork, same type of paperwork that Matt DePerno, the man running for attorney general, used. What does the sheriff do? Absolutely ignores it. So then I go back and I put the sheriff and the undersheriff and the jail sergeant in my court. They all decide to plead guilty to treason. So what do you do then? Back to the Constitution. So then I go to Camp Grayling and I put 3 garrison commanders in my court. And I order them for readiness and to report for duty. What do 3 garrison commanders do? They plead guilty to treason. Where do you go from there? Well, somebody had introduced me to a fella, Chris, who goes as the vaccine police. And I got a direct number to him. I call Christopher. Christopher says, hey, I want to get a couple guys on the phone. Well, he gets Tim Dever and maybe Rob Emerson. I'm not sure. On phone. So I get introduced to the PBI. You see on my shirt, PBI, People's Bureau of Investigation. I get introduced to the People's Bureau of Investigation. And so we start talking, and they contact with Sheriff Mack, the constitutional sheriff, right? And and they asked him about a fella here in Michigan by the name of Dar Leaf in Berry County. That's southwest Michigan. And they're asking Sheriff Mack, what do you think of Dar Leaf? Is he a good guy? Sheriff Mack tells these guys he's one of the best. But Dar Leaf's not going to do anything without my approval. Well, Rob is way over on the east side of the state. Tim is in Illinois. And they both drive to southern western Michigan to attend a constitutional that Sheriff Dar Leaf is attending. Now, this is a regular constitutional meeting, and I don't know if it's Sheriff Dar Leaf's meeting or just one that he attends. So Tim and Rob went there to represent my position. Now, when I went to Camp Grayling, I went as the executive emergency manager for Michigan. So in that court of record, that Article 3 court, I took the position of the executive emergency manager for Michigan to order the military to come in and clean this mess up. So they're there to represent me in my position as the executive manager for Michigan. And I am giving Dar Leaf authority outside of his county. All these sheriffs, their authority is to their jurisdiction. I'm expanding his jurisdiction statewide. And I have prepared an Article 3 court case that I had not facilitated. In other words, I didn't put my autograph on it in front of a notary to get a notary as juris certificate. These guys are there to represent my position and ask him to recognize my authority as the executive emergency manager for Michigan because I have no place else to go. I've been to 2 governors. I've been to Schneider. I've been to Whitmer. I've been to the sheriff. I've been to the National Guard and 3 garrison commanders. Where am I going to go from there? So we do this. Sheriff Dar Leaf decides to plead guilty to treason. So here recently, I decided I'm going to go see the village police chief, Popop, Mr. Popop. I've never had any interactions with the police chief or the village police. And the Kalkaska County sheriff is in his department, is in the village of Kalkaska. The circuit court and district court and the prosecutor's office are in the jurisdiction of Kalkaska. And if you watch my recent videos, you probably saw that one. And I'm having an interview with one of his officers, and it doesn't go very far. And the chief of police comes in and shuts me down, tells me to pack up my stuff and go, tells me that in Kalkaska, a judge is above the law, and there's no illegal activities going on in the village of Kalkaska, and I'm just there to argue and complain. And I'm done. Pack up my stuff and go. So I just keep on bringing it forward. I never had any intention to be a YouTuber, to be an educator, or a freedom fighter, a whistleblower, any of the stuff that I'm doing. I just wanted to go about my life. So in the process, I have learned a lot. I've learned a hell of a lot. One of the things that I learned is that we have this thing known as prepaid first class mail. And this is our right. But we don't know about this because we've been so dumbed down, it's been hidden from us. And so I went to the Kalkaska post office. And I have this document here. This is Americans Notice of Liability. And this is on the services page of the website. And this is free for everybody to take this document and make it your own. I have upgraded it since with all of my paperwork from the Kalkaska post office. So I went to the I went up to the counter with my mailer, prepaid first class mail. It has a 2-cent stamp on there on the bottom right-hand corner. That is for your tax and your duty. That represents your status, your standing, and your jurisdiction. The girl looks at my mailer, and I've got these labels on there, which she's probably never seen before. She doesn't make a comment on those, but she does comment about the 2-cent stamp. Then she hits all these touch pads or keypads or whatever it is she's doing, and she says that's going to be $18.76. And I said, oh, no. That's prepaid. She gets a puzzled look on her face, and she says to me, well, I've never done it this way. She doesn't call for a supervisor. She doesn't leave. Her feet don't move. She stands right there, and she starts tapping that keypad or that touch screen. And the next thing I know, I get this register receipt. This is a register receipt from the Kalkaska post office, and I'm gonna read this off to you. First class mail, $1.36, large envelope. Then it gives Kingsland, Texas, gives the weight, estimated delivery date 5/7/2022, registered mail, $14.35, insurance or declared value $20, tracking number, return receipt $3.05, gives the tracking number for the return receipt, affixed postage negative $18.76, grand total $0.00. I had filled out a 3806. This is my copy of the 3806. This 3806 has charge $1.36, $14.35, $3.05. Total postage and fees $18.76. My mailer got sent all the way to the Arrest Reward Processing Center in Kingsland, Texas, with this green card that came back to me. My mailer made it to Kingsland, Texas, picture of it on the back side of my Americans Notice of Liability. I got pictures of both sides of the green card. I got picture of the red copy of the registry 3806, the back side of my Americans Notice of Liability. The Kalkaska post office recognized me as the postmaster, recognized me as a foreign national to the United States. That means in the jurisdiction of Kalkaska County, in the jurisdiction of the state of Michigan, in the jurisdiction of the United States Post Office, in the jurisdiction of the United States Postal Service, the Universal Postal Union. Before I walked out that door, I was recognized as a foreign national to the United States with diplomatic immunity. I went back to the post office weeks later just to pick up supplies. Because I'm going to start sending out some prepaid first class mail. And I don't tell them what, I just ask them for supplies. And I get interrogated. I get questioned and I get threatened. I'm told that that they have been ordered not to facilitate prepaid first class mail, that they stopped doing it in the 70s, and that it's illegal to teach it online. Well, I didn't argue. I didn't say any much thing. Just did my size and left. And as I'm driving away, I'm applying some criticism. They stopped doing this in the 60s. Well, in the 70s, if there anybody had a computer, it was a floppy disk with a and have apps like you have today. If you couldn't type in code, you couldn't operate a computer. How do I know? Because I got a computer in the early 80s and I never learned how to operate it. It was a black screen floppy disk. And years and years later, it got pitched into the trash and I never did learn how to use it. So how is it that if prepaid first class mail was stopped in the 70s, it's in the latest, greatest software that you use a computer and out pops this register receipt. They put in the 3806 and they put their markings on it. That's all computer generated. They put a $0 and 0 cent sticker on my mailer and it goes through every processing facility across state lines. That's a registered court case right there. Registered court case. So I've been talking quite a bit. You might have some questions. I got so much more I could say, but I'm just going to take a break here and let you make a few comments and ask me any direct questions you might have.
No, that's been absolutely brilliant, Ethan. Seriously, there's been some absolutely fantastic information. And we have got questions. I've got questions, and I'm pretty sure the chat room's got questions. Guys, in the chat room, if you want to if you could just put your question in all caps, we'll do it like Jason Brashears does it. Put your question in all caps, and then we can pick them out easily.
Yeah, and I wanted to give Ethan a heads up. I let people know about your videos that describe how to make the mouthwash. So I've given them links over there and just give them a basic breakdown of the materials that they'll need. So they may come back with some questions about the mouthwash. Although that could be a whole episode.
I have two Telegram channels, and in the description of all my videos is a link to those Telegram channels. Now, the mother channel is basically strictly my videos on optimal oral health with cannabis, where I freely give my intellectual property. I freely give my trade secrets. And so you don't have to do a lot of, like I think I got 203 videos on the channel, but most of them are about freedom fighting. Most of them are about your rights and what to do, and me calling out these bad actors. But if your primary concern is about optimal oral health with cannabis, you can go to the mother channel, and there's only about 7 videos there where I go into great detail about how to create the mouth rinse for yourself. The thing that everybody needs to realize is that RSO stands for Rick Simpson Oil. Rick Simpson is the man who gets credit for the extraction process for the creating your formulation. However, Rick Simpson didn't go far enough. And moving forward, most people, the teaching for extraction to create RSO is nothing more than a THCA strip. That's it. And THC and THCA are two different things. What grows on a marijuana plant is THC is very, very little. The majority of those trichomes is THCA. THCA does not give you a high. So that's why you can eat raw cannabis and have no psychoactive effect or any negative effect at all. And Dr. William Courtney, I believe is his name, is a man, he's an advocate for juicing, raw juicing of cannabis for health. And he's another guy who won't say anything. There isn't one medical provider the world over who will come forward. There isn't one cannabis attorney the world over who will come forward. There isn't
We call them
anybody
Jobsworth.
in politics who will come forward. So
They're
if you
just
want the
Jobsworths.
knowledge
It's more to
of
be
how to create
Jobsworth.
the mouth rinse yourself, you can go to my. Say again?
I think we've got a big delay. We've got a bit of a delay between us. I was just saying, their job's worth. You know, it's like it's more than my job's worth. All the money and the all my stuff. I don't want to lose any of that. I don't want to. I'll just get slated. And my you know, it's all about it's pride. At the end of the day, it's their unwillingness to actually tell people the truth. They want to still be in with their systems, don't they? They want to be able to go to their local country club and not be vilified.
Nobody wants their life destroyed, and anybody that will stand up and support me will have their life destroyed by government. So in
They'll be bullied.
2017, I decided I need to write a research proposal and start reaching out. But I had no idea how to write a research proposal. I was never an academic. I didn't do well in high school academically. I never went to college. I did great in trades. I've been a contractor, a construction worker. I've been a licensed builder since the early 80s. I still maintain my license as a builder.
You're a practical man.
Yeah. And so I in researching research proposals, I'm thinking, man, this is way over my head. I can't write a paper like this. And I'm reaching out and I'm talking and I had some good advice from a man. He said, write your research proposal for the audience that you want to present it to. Well, back in those days, country after country after country was coming online with medical marijuana or recreational marijuana. So I'm sending my research proposal out all over the world. And I got a bite in December 2017 from an outfit in Canada that was setting up in Jamaica. They had $16 million in private money. And they committed to me in December 2017. In January 2018, I'm on a phone call with the gentleman, and he says, I'm here on the property. I'm working on your housing. It'll be ready the first week of May or middle of May, something like that. Well, lo and behold, here comes the United States government and freezes their bank accounts. Now we got the United States government involved in international interference, torturous interference in economic interest just to suppress me. Holy fright. It took them some time, but they finally got things straightened around. And in January 2019, my wife Donna and I, we finally make it over to Jamaica. Guess what happens then? This outfit has nothing but trouble from the licensing authority. One problem after another until June 2019. We just got to come back because it's costing a lot of money to stay there, and we're paying for it, not them. And this thing's going nowhere. And that's when my wife of, I think it was, we were married in 1978. So 40 years, my wife says, goodbye. You got to fix this, babe. Well, my wife is duly disabled. She was born deaf. She wears 2 hearing aids, has all her life. And in her 30s, she went legally blind. And they brought this war into our home. And she couldn't deal with it. And I don't blame her. When a man goes off to war, he's got a reasonable expectation that he can come home and his wife will be there. But a man does not take his wife into battle, and they brought this war into my home. They destroyed my family. My family has disowned me. My friends have abandoned me, and no one will associate with me because government will destroy them if they do. And this is what I've been dealing with. And God chose me for this. So I can't quit. Most men would have quit a long time ago. I'm not a quitter. I never have been a quitter. But there's been a couple of times that I was this close to giving up because the oppression and suppression and the attacks and living in poverty is hard. It's difficult. It's not easy to do. It's not easy to be a whistleblower. It's not easy to call all these names out. It's not easy to put all these people in court and to continue to be attacked and attacked and attacked. And the people that want to gain interaction with me won't. That's why my everything is suppressed. My website is suppressed. For the longest time, you go to my website, if you went through Google, it would say web page not available. You'd have to refresh, and then it would pop up. My YouTube videos don't get views. People are afraid to give me a thumbs up because they think the FBI is going to come get them. They're afraid to put a comment in my videos because they think the FBI is going to come get them. And to donate $1 to me, they got to have sand. They got to have Archangel Michael holding their hand, and they got to be wrapped in the angel's wings to donate $1 to me. And this is the crap I've been dealing with. I yield.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of standard MO from the pathocracy. Anything good, they'll get out in front of it and they'll either steal it or cripple it. That's although if they can't take control of it, then they'll cripple it and they'll destroy it and they'll put it into obscurity or they'll demonize it, or and that's their absolute. It's been their MO for as long as they've been in control, which I don't think it's as long as they tell us it's been. We've got all these theories about what's happened with history. History's not that's not our story. The story that we're spoon-fed from children, that's not what happened. They told us that with Game of Thrones in the concluding episode or episodes of the last season of one of the last seasons of Game of Thrones. They just basically come out and say it. The history that's written is not what happened. It's what they want people to believe. That's all it is. It's just and they're doing it in real time now. So it's been in the last 2 years that they've really accelerated their process. That they've become much more overt in what they're doing. They were really covert back then because nobody really knew about it. Now it's like they don't give a shit who sees. What's going on at the moment with the FBI raiding Mar-a-Lago and then the other day raiding 35 Trump-aligned, Republicans, and all of this. What's going on at the moment in Europe, in England, in Australia, in Canada, everywhere? They don't give a shit anymore. They're just plowing on ahead with it. So
yeah, you have to make a choice at the moment. It's really, are you going to go along with it? It's that obvious that you have to make that choice.
I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that anybody's watching what's going on. Even your most fast asleep muggle, there must be alarm bells going off somewhere, going ding, 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 ding. This ain't right. This ain't right. But it doesn't seem to be.
Yeah,
Go on,
all
carry on,
across the
Ethan.
world, you have people rising up and protesting. But in America, you don't see it. You don't see the people rising up and protesting because the men are so full of estrogen. There's reports that there's estrogen in the beer, the man's drink, the colored strip on your razors. There's reports that there's estrogen in that colored strip, that lubricating strip. There are reports that wildlife is affected by the estrogen in the water, that frogs are becoming he-she's.
They made the frogs
We
gay.
have been dumbed down. We have been emasculated. And men are not men anymore in America. They're spineless pussies. I'll give you an example. David Nino Rodriguez.
Oh, don't.
Heavyweight boxer. Got a his people called me. They called me on my cell phone. I answered. I had no idea who was calling. They're trying to sell me their products. Well, I took that opportunity to tell them what I'm telling you and to share it with, and ask them to share it with David and have him report on it. He won't report on it because he's a pussy. He's got no balls.
He's controlled
Randy
opposition.
Kelton Law, Randy Kelton Radio got wind of me. He was going to interview me. I said, Randy, research me. I want this to be a good interview. Randy Kelton decided to be a pussy. Red Pill News. Red Pill News. I sent him an email. He emailed me back. He said, I'll do a show. It's been over a year. Red Pill is a pussy. He won't do a damn thing about this. You got this guy, Dr. Shiva. He's a truth, health, freedom fighter. He's the inventor of email. He's got a PhD. He's an MIT guy. And about a year ago, he puts a video out. He's going to be talking about cannabis. So I called Dr. Shiva. I got his cell phone number. I called him. He says, can I call you back? I'm still waiting for his phone call. Here about 3, maybe 4 weeks ago, he puts out a video. 31 things he's going to tell us about cannabis because he's a truth, health, freedom fighter. And it's not pro, it's not con, it's just straight up facts. I called Dr. Shiva. He answers the phone. I said, Dr. Shiva, thanks for picking up. This is Ethan Dean. He says, can I call you right back? I said, please. Click. I'm still waiting for the phone call. So I put out several videos now about Dr. Shiva being a two-faced parasite. And what happens the other day? He releases a new video where he's complaining about Tucker Carlson not reporting what he had brought to light to Tucker Carlson 2 years ago, saying too little, too late. Well, Dr. Shiva, since I reached out to you, probably over 15 million root canals have been conducted. 15 million toxic teeth have been implemented in America. People are dying. How many people are in prison rotting away because of marijuana for their safety? How many people are in the judicial system right now for marijuana? How many lives have been destroyed? How many businesses have been destroyed? How many? And Dr. Shiva is there complaining too little, too late. And Dr. Shiva is a truth, health, freedom fighter. And this, all he's doing is projecting when he's complaining about Tucker Carlson because he's the pot calling the kettle black. So this is what I do today. I'm a whistleblower. I call these people out. I keep pushing it forward. And I'm literally a beggar. I wear rags. The People's Bureau of Investigation sent me a used shirt. I sleep on rags. I wear rags. I struggle. I get my food from the food bank. And now the government is after my property. The last thing I have, and they couldn't find out who had this, because it's in a corporation. All right. They wanted to come get my property back then, but they couldn't figure out who owned it. And I never instructed the attorney who incorporated to step aside. So here's the default notice on my land taxes. Land taxes here for the 40 acres is about $1,200 a year if you pay them on time. I couldn't come up with $1,200. Nobody will hire me. I can't get a job cleaning toilets. Here in Kalkaska, it's known as the cannabis capital of Michigan. There are more marijuana shops in Kalkaska than you can shake a stick at. There are more grow and processing facilities here in Kalkaska than you can shake a stick at. It is known as the cannabis capital of Michigan. I can't get a job cleaning toilets in a dispensary. I can't get a job anywhere. And I'm a businessman. I'm an entrepreneur. I have been my entire life. If I wasn't running my business, I was managing somebody else's. And I can't go into business because I'm a criminal, because I have no money. Nobody will support me. And if anybody does, like this Canadian group, government comes in and shuts down their bank accounts. It's just one screwed up system. So my hat is off to you folks for giving me a platform that a few more people can hear my story. God bless y'all. Thank you.
It's absolutely our pleasure, Ethan. I mean, I can relate to your story insofar as I've not done anything like the work that you've done. You know, the actual research and work and development that you've done to develop this, you know, this oral mouthwash and such. I've got a completely different story. I mean, I felt targeted for a while, and then I've had my YouTube channel since 2007. Well, no, since 2012, but I've been creating on YouTube since 2020. I'm a professional musician and singer. I do all covers. I sing to tourists, entertaining tourists. But I've got, you know, I had quite a good name for myself, and I was doing well. I was the resident in a English pub restaurant type situation, 6 nights a week, and doing well. I was there for 5 years, and then COVID happened, and the lockdowns happened, and Brexit happened. And since August last year, well, since the beginning of the lockdowns, I've been on really sort of struggling financially. I worked for like 6 months, and then the rest of the time was sort of lockdowns and curfews and everything. And then in August last year, they said, "Oh, we can't. You've got to basically you're going to have to go back to the UK and get a visa and do, because we can't make you a citizen. We can't make you a resident." They were making everybody that had been here before December 2020, they'd been making everybody residents. And for some reason, they didn't want to make me a resident. And there's no reason, like they can't give a good reason for not making me a resident. So I haven't been able to work since August last year. Not been able to work, not been able to, you know, feed myself properly and everything. There's loads of us. I had my channel deleted. I'm shadow banned. The show is shadow banned. My channel is shadow banned. All of my community posts and everything, I don't get any interaction really on them because nobody sees them, because YouTube doesn't bother showing anybody. And so this being and anybody that's yeah, it's just kind of one thing after another. People come up and say they're going to do stuff, and then nothing happens for one reason or another. Nothing, you know, nothing happens, and you never get the space to be able to shine, man, and actually give, like, for yourself the things that you could do if you could operate normally as any other man. with the same, not having to worry about interactions, business and personal interactions with people. If you weren't targeted and they allowed you to just be, the amount of people that would benefit from that, there's countless more than would benefit from just listening to me play music and, and talk to them about my opinion about things. The last thing that they want, like you said, the medical profession, it's not there to help anybody. It's absolutely not there to help anybody. People go into it with the best of intentions, but the people that are actually running it, the people behind it, and the people that are casting all the spells at the top, that's not the intention behind the medical or the pharmaceutical industry. The whole intention is to keep you sick. If you're not sick already, make you sick. If you're not actually sick, make you think you're sick. And do things like, I mean, I had no idea about the bad. I know that oral hygiene is important, and that people can have serious problems with, unchecked cavities and stuff. I've actually got 2 of my molars are broken, here and here, and basically it's that top half has broken off at the root line. The other half's left, and there's a cavity. But because of my experience with dentists, my own personal experience on multiple occasions with dentists, either being sadistic, nasty little bastards that just love inflicting pain, or money grabbing little gold diggers that I swear they just want to get as much work out of you as they can, and they don't care how much pain it inflicts. So I've just not been to a dentist for, I don't know, 12, 15 years, something like that. And I'm not going to one anytime soon because I've got, I've been made aware of the different things that are available. And like you said, going back to what you said initially, which I loved, when you talked about the immune system, right? These vessels that were gifted to us by our creator or creators, however you want to think about it, they are the most amazing technology on this earth. They're incredible. They heal themselves. They learn things. They grow. They mature. They get wise. The potential in each and every living man or woman is infinite, and they know that. So they've done their absolute bloody best to suppress it, separate us from all knowledge of it. In fact, indoctrinate us with this bullshit claim about living on a spinning ball that's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, flying through an infinite bloody vacuum of space. I just could not believe in 2020. It's like somebody came along and pushed a button, and pretty much everybody lost all common sense. All common sense just went completely out of the fucking window. Rational thought went completely out of the window. And it's like, were all these people, were they always completely devoid of critical thought, critical independent thinking? Were they always devoid of common sense? Because
I think they were. I think they are. I mean, now it's just like not like a switch.
I don't think they were in the 80s, mate.
Stay your position. You have to.
Hey, Richie, I have an answer for that. Oh, wait a minute. I got to check my messages.
Oh God, yeah.
That happened a little earlier,
Well,
yeah.
When COVID hit,
Embers, sorry, babe.
and they came
I'm
out
back.
with pandemic unemployment, I was advised that I qualified for the pandemic unemployment because I'm an independent contractor who's been affected. So and started getting money. That's the first time government did something good for me. Well, I had, I want to say prior to that, I had received a final office action from the United States Patent and Trademark Office, patent denied. So I was a little upset, and I got on the phone. I called my patent attorney, and I said, under NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, I had my patent application evaluated. And the man who evaluated my application is a genius. He is a scientist. He is a patent attorney and a cannabis guy. And he advised me that it looks like I am on my way to issue, and I have many more patents to pursue in my original patent application. And my patent attorney responds, "You're not on a level playing field." And I'm like, "Well, thank you. What do we do?" He says, "Well, sometimes a phone call can handle these situations." Well, what's this phone call going to cost me? Cost me a lot. So he makes the phone call. And guess what? Here's my patent. It issues. Now I need money to pay the issue fee, which is about $2,000. I need money to pay a continuation application fee for the many other patents to pursue in my original filing. That's a couple more grand. And this is my last opportunity to file international patents. So I get on the phone and I start calling cannabis attorneys all over the country. And a couple of parasites in Ann Arbor latch on to this. And they want to get involved. And we have a meeting. We have a couple of meetings. And this guy, Matt McManus, says to me, "Ethan, I don't want you talking with investors. I just need to know how much." These two parasites colluded with my patent attorney to defraud me out of my right for international patents. They made sure that it didn't happen because I had to make that happen before this issued. Once this issued, it became prior art. My direct loss on the mouth rinse alone is easily $70 trillion with a T. That is not what my losses are, because I would have built a cannabis business where I would have supplied every cannabis, all the flower, all the strains, all the pre-rolls, all the low forms, formulations, and everything that would go with it, all the apparel that would support my brand. I would have gotten into hemp, which hemp has so many marvelous things for the building industry. Ropes. The Navy quit using hemp ropes. They're using nylon ropes. They go through these nylon ropes like crazy. It's just what they have done is just so sadistic and so evil and so corrupt. It has to be changed. So
it's genius at the same time. You have to admit that it is genius.
Here telling you folks. So the fact that I even this
we got sorry,
it is what
right,
it is.
so Embers, we got a bit of a delay. We got a bit of a delay with Ethan, so it's about a probably 10-second delay with Ethan. But yeah, I mean what I meant to tell you when I started telling you about my brief history, right, about being targeted in 2020. One of the things that we talked about was we interviewed a pharmacist, a licensed PhD pharmacist who had 3 pharmacies, and he was making RSO basically and treating people for cancers. And he was treating his dad, who had been diagnosed with terminal, and then wasn't terminal after. I have to be careful what I'm saying because my channel's already been looked at. Like the previous channel that was deleted was the channel that we did this interview on. So we do this interview with him about how he treated his dad, how he was treating other people. And he had a lot of satisfied customers, extremely satisfied customers, who were basically thanking him for their lives. And it was deleted off of YouTube after a couple of hours. Both of our channels got 2 strikes immediately. We didn't have any strikes. We got 2 strikes immediately. And then over the next couple of days, both of us had our cars broken into and then locked up again afterwards. Roxanne had hers moved all the way down the street and parked all the way down the street and locked up again. And I had mine turned inside out. And oh man, I don't want to go. It's not a long story. I'll try and be quick. So they stole these receipts out of the back of the seat that proved that I was paying my phone bill. And then they disconnected. Then they disconnected my phone. Said that I owed them like 6 or 7 months. That's why they disconnected it. And I'm like, no, I don't. I've got the receipts. And went to go and get the receipts, and I realized that they'd obviously been stolen. There was nothing. I had a drone, I had a guitar, I had a PA system, all in the car. None of them were touched. There was a pair of trainers, a new pair of trainers, a large packet of sour Skittles, and all the receipts for my Vodafone bills. That was the only things that was stolen out of the car, and then it was locked up again. They put everything that was on the floor on the seats, and everything that was on the seats on the floor, everything that was in the glove box that was just put everywhere. My car was a bit of a tip anyway, but it was like immediately I could see, with all the stuff all over the seats and everything, I could see somebody had been in my car, and I was like, it's locked, unlocked it and check anyway. So I lost my Vodafone bill, got in trouble financially here with the bank and with Vodafone, and now I'm, I can't get a new bank account or anything here in Spain. But it's it's all basically all happened very quickly after we'd done an extremely exposing interview on our channel about somebody treating people with cannabis, with cannabis extract, full spectrum cannabis extract, because that's all it is really, RSO, isn't it? Full spectrum extract. So yeah, I mean, I completely understand where you're coming from. You've had it far worse. I mean, but what you're doing is so much more engaged. I'm not actually doing it. I'm not actually doing that. We've got this. You saw the video at the beginning. The Magic Tree House Healing Center in Ecuador. That's our plan. That's our goal. I've wanted for the last couple of years. I've wanted to open up a healing center where people come to receive cannabis and psilocybin, DMT, ayahuasca, spiritual counseling, spiritual coaching, looking after animals, all of this sort of stuff. And thanks to Kevin and Kevin's connection to the Ali Shungu Foundation in Ecuador, looks like we're going to be able to do all of this in Ecuador and do it as a sort of in conjunction with, hopefully, with the foundation that works with all the local people, the indigenous Quechua people who are all about herbal medicine, all about healing plants.
Well, and I'll interject here, like a big part of healing is integration in community fully, because we're so separated from our communities up here. Down there, they have been doing this for, centuries. continuously,
and they are families.
Nobody out of the loop, everybody having a part to play. And so that's going to be also a healing modality, is that when people, disconnect from wherever they're at, they'll have the experience of being completely integrated. And then hopefully, if they're there for a period of time, they take that back and they start something else, that they're teaching people the integration and the completeness of community.
Right. I think what I love about cannabis, it's the divine feminine, all of the practical side of it for industry and stuff is the male plant, and the female plant has got all the psychoactive, the real effective cannabinoids and
That's
the
why you got to
CBD
keep
and
them
everything.
separated.
So, but the divine feminine, it's the female plant, it's the divine feminine that helps with creativity, that helps you when you're sick. It's the loving, nurturing side of yin and yang, and there's got to be some. I think it goes so much further than just ingesting it or smoking, digesting it, ingesting it, inhaling it. I think it goes so much deeper than that. We've got such a spiritual connection, and a physical, and
the thing about marijuana is that once your endocannabinoid system is nourished, you cannot get high from marijuana.
No.
You will never get high. You will never have a hallucination. You will never have a bad reaction. Some people, when they take just a half a BB, a little copper ball that you shoot out of a gun, they call it a BB gun, half a BB of extract, and people who have a completely malnourished endocannabinoid system will get violently ill. They will throw up. They'll curl up like a ball on the floor. They will lose their balance. They're not able to walk. And once your endocannabinoid system is nourished, you will never get high on marijuana. All you'll get is a feeling, the same kind of feeling that you might get with that first cup of coffee in the morning. That same kind of feeling you might get after 1 or 2 or 3 glasses of wine, or 3 or 4
I just call it a warm,
or a couple shots of whiskey, or a happy emotional feeling, or a sad feeling. You can get many different types of feelings from cannabis, and you can, and sativa activates the mind. It makes the mind alert, and an indica will give you a laid back, will give you a relaxed feeling.
Physical, much more physical.
So
I'm a hybrid. I like the hybrid.
Well, that's all fine, but my point is, once your endocannabinoid system is nourished, you're never going to die from marijuana. If you want to get high, you're going to have to consume large amounts of alcohol. Back in the day, they used to say, I got high. They were drinking. You got to take psilocybin. You got to take peyote. You got to take LSD. You got to take other natural, God-given herbs to get high once your endocannabinoid system is nourished. And that getting high is your connection with the ether, with the I am, with the one. That's your connection. And everything they have done to dumb us down, to dull us down, to calcify our pineal gland, to toxify our body with all this negative energy, all these pharmaceutical chemicals,
making us ignorant,
that numb you down, does not allow us to use our our senses and our pineal gland to be in touch with the ether, with our creator, with the divine intelligence. And this is something that's just completely misunderstood because of the dumbing down of the people and all the misinformation and disinformation.
Amen. Amen. Listen, Ethan, Kevin has just popped a note in the private chat. He's got to shoot off because he's sort of in the middle of on his way to Oregon, basically, and he's visiting family on the way. So he's getting ready to. You're seeing your mum?
Yeah, Mom is just not far from here, but I'm going over to see her tomorrow, and then then I shoot out to Oregon, which will be maybe for 5 weeks before I go to Ecuador. So I've got just busy stuff going on. But Ethan, I'm so glad that you were on, and we'll definitely have you back. We'll have more questions after some of our viewers restream this and see it again. And just, I'm always floored by all the experience and information that you have. And I'm glad to have introduced you to my friends, and whoever else rewatches this, definitely follow the links that'll be in the description to Ethan's site, and help him out in whatever way you can by either sharing his message or donating to his links are there for donation. I also put them in the chat. So if you're restreaming, just look at the chat. Yeah, Richie, you going to reshare the chat on this? Usually,
I don't have a choice. I always say I'll share the live chat, but YouTube don't always share it.
Okay. Well, anyway, we'll definitely post your links, Ethan. And
there's the links in the comments now.
Website, just my website, oralhealthwithcannabis.com. That's
I'll put the link.
CANNABIS. Anybody that's listening that wants to learn about this or to access my PayPal or my Cash App, you can find that on the home page of my website, oralhealthwithcannabis.com.
Okay, and if you ever get tired of Michigan,
to make a donation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Come to Ecuador.
I've just put your the link. Oh no, it's not letting me now. All right, I'll put it in post stream. The link to your.
From this. I'm fighting, and we have to make a change. And
I think you're getting a bit grabbled there now. We're getting grabbled, aren't we?
Yeah.
But for dragons.
Yeah, it's a shame we got the delay that makes it a little difficult. I thank you folks so much. And Kevin, I wish you safe travels and all the best of luck there in Ecuador. And
thanks.
Telegram, I'm sure.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, Kev, take it easy, man. And
all right.
Obviously we're in touch on Signal. So yeah, have a good one, dude.
Callum.
See you, mate.
Bye.
So I don't know how much longer you've got, Ethan. Our Sunday show streams can go on have been known to go on for 8 hours. But I'm not suggesting that we carry on for another, what would that be? Another 5 hours. But I mean, is there anything else? Have we got any? Did we get? Just having a look through if we've got any other questions. I don't know.
Someone was asking about rejuvenating teeth.
Rejuvenating teeth.
Or remineralizing, I would say.
I know that I've heard of that, but not using cannabis, using other stuff. I can't remember what.
I personally haven't heard about any of this, so this to me is just amazing because I, like Rich, have some similar issues where they had broke off. I have one tooth that in the back had broke off at the gum line, and I never messed with it. And I had went to a dentist when my children were younger, and they had convinced me that this one on the back on the bottom had just like a tiny little cavity that they could just totally, take that little bit out and then fill it in with this whatever hot nonsense is what it was. And then it came out about a month ago, and that tooth, I've never even known mouth pain until that happened. And I wish that I had never done that. And the dental pick, I was also really interested in because to get rid of the plaque on my teeth, this is what I do. This works for me. I don't recommend it to people that.
So there again.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, for rebuilding your teeth, I know of nothing that works. Over the last couple of years, there has been an incredible amount of advertising for oral health. A military guy developed call it a toothbrush, but it's basically a bite that goes in your mouth and all your teeth go in it, upper and lower, and it's got some kind of a light and it cleans your teeth. It's supposed to do some kind of amazing job. And just one thing after another. And lately, I keep seeing these advertisements that continually change. And it first started out as a discovery of a sour gel. You put this sour gel in your mouth, and it rebuilds your teeth and rebuilds your gums and takes care of all your oral health problems virtually overnight. And 40,000 people have benefited from this. Well, then months later, it changes to a soft mineral, and they have the same spiel. And then it changes to a soft candy that you put in your mouth, and then it's a warm water with this mineral, and it constantly keeps changing. And they keep saying that it will rebuild your teeth. Well, if it's going to rebuild your teeth, how come they're not telling you to get your fillings removed? If your teeth are going to start growing and you got filling, you got a problem. This is all just BS. And I don't know of anything yet that will rebuild your teeth. But I do know that if you use the cannabis formulations, you can prevent the plaques. If you prevent the plaques, you prevent the tooth decay. You prevent the receding gums. You prevent the bone loss. And one of the things that we see with gum tissue rejuvenation, you can in two of the samples on. Oh no, you not on the website because I cropped the pictures of my wife's mouth there, but she had a gap. I want to say between tooth 10 and 11. That as her gum tissue rejuvenated, that gap closed. And I noticed I got one. The other picture, gum tissue rejuvenation, that was an evaluation that we were conducting for calcified plaque removal. That man had no signs of gum tissue loss in his mouth. And I'm evaluating a formulation for calcified plaque removal. He had chewed the plaque disclosing dye capsule, and 30 days had passed and there was no sign of the plaques being removed. And my heart was just in my stomach. I was bothered by this. But I'm noticing that he's got gum tissue rejuvenation. And I'm also cognizant of the fact that this formulation is a low THC, high CBN. So this taught me something. This taught me that it's the THC that is responsible for the calcified prevention, the calcified plaque removal, and it's the degraded THC, which is CBN, which is responsible in part for the gum tissue rejuvenation. And so if you look at his mouth, you can see that the gap between his teeth has closed. And there's a testimonial. If you want to play it, you can go to the home page, and actually the only way I could get it on there was to make a short YouTube video and play his audio, because I didn't have the abilities or knowledge to just put his audio on there. So I had to play the audio while I did a short YouTube video. But you can listen to his testimony. I just give a brief little talk, and then it plays his testimony where he says that he met me, he agreed to evaluate the mouth rinse, that his daughter took the pictures, and that he sees the gum tissue taller and thicker, and that the gap between his teeth is closed, and that the dark blotches on his gum tissue have faded. So that was one of his big concerns. And the thing about this is a guy that came to Michigan, I believe from Chicago, to set up a marijuana grow facility. And I couldn't get hired as a carpenter while he was under construction. I can't get hired to trim bud or have any involvement. But yet he used my formulation, and he gave me his testimony, but he will not allow me to have any, he won't have any business interaction with me. And of course he doesn't give his name, right? So he's incognito, but at least he gave me his testimonial and I got his pictures.
So it's not shut. I don't know. I can't see in your testimonials.
It's on.
I don't know if you can see that.
It's on the home page by his pictures.
On the home page.
Yeah, on the home page, right by his pictures. I'm going to open up on the phone here and take a look so I can direct you right there. Yeah, it should be right there. Then maybe that blue link. Go back. Oh, now there you're seeing the pictures you're looking at there. That shows cannabis as a sunscreen.
Yeah.
That shows cannabis.
I've used hemp seed oil.
Burned myself. Yeah, that's just a cannabis extract, and you can see where I applied it, and where I exposed myself to the sun, and you can see this above it and below it. I mean, I already had some skin on my lower, some sun on my lower, on the skin on my lower legs, but I up high on the thigh had not seen
you got the
sun.
legs of a 20-year-old man
I
there,
put
sir.
cannabis on there, exposed to the sun. Huh?
They look like the legs of a 20-year-old man.
I use hemp seed oil to tan.
I'll tell you, you've got better legs than me.
I'm almost a little bit dummy myself.
I got my legs look like legs of a 60-year-old man, and you've got the legs of a 20-year-old man. That's not fair. That's the cannabis.
My mom told me I was probably 15 years old, and I'm walking up the stairs. My mother's behind me. She says, "With legs like that, you should have been a girl." But, on the homepage, it says here to listen to Vic's testimonial. Right above that, it says building the case for optimal oral health with cannabis. So go back up, and if you wanted to play that,
building
you can see in his pictures, you can see the gap on his lower teeth.
One sec.
Let's see. What's
Thomas Levy testimonial?
Nope, that's keep scrolling. You want to click here to listen to Vic's testimonial.
Vic's testimony. Right, hang on.
Because Thomas Levy was the cardiologist.
Yep.
Oh, I'm making notes, mentally and on paper. I'm such a nerd.
Yeah, that talk.
Oh, that's right.
Something
Vic's
everybody.
testimony. Okay.
I'm such a nerd that I'm subscribed to get a newsletter from not only the patent office, but the Library of Congress as well. All the time.
Yeah, that's
know.
the thing. You know quite a lot about patent stuff. You were well into that, aren't you? I've forgotten about that. Right.
And national park. Because it all matters. When he started talking about the postmaster stuff, I was muted and away from the camera, y'all. I was losing my mind. Because it is all so relative and connected. The illegal locking people up, like the jail time I just did and the stupid crimes they're trying to say that I've done. I got one charge right now that's injury to real property. This is for breaking a light bulb.
Yeah, I found it.
I found law
it,
enforcement.
It's the video is unavailable. It says it's private. I did find that link, but it says the video is private. It says we can't watch it. That's what YouTube do, dude.
I know.
Cut it out.
That's what they do. They might not. You might not be able to make that public. They've been deleting my videos without saying
I made it
anything.
public.
You made it public, right? Let me.
Yeah, it's public.
I'll refresh it. There we. No, it says it's private.
Oh God. Gotta go in and do it again.
Right, hang on.
We're gonna get.
There it is. Come here
All
to
right,
listen to Vic's testimonial. All right. So you couldn't see that. You won't be able to see what I'm doing here. But it said click here to listen to Vic's testimonial. I click there, and this is what I get.
I know y'all probably think I'm famous.
Can you send me the link? Can you put a link in the private chat? If you pop a link to it in the private chat.
I have so many videos. I'm going to have to scroll and find it. So I'll
I know what a ball ache that is.
I'll try and find it.
I know. I had on my channel that was deleted. I had 2,500 videos over 4 years. 2,500 videos, and they just. I linked my channel to Odyssey, but they only transferred 400 of the videos, so 2,100 of my videos were lost. But when it was like referring to a video, it's like, oh God, man, that was like 3 years ago. I have no idea where that is in the, it's better now because I don't have so many videos on my new channel.
I know, but I missed some of your other ones on your other channel.
I'm just gonna so my friend, I've got a friend in Israel, Ethan. He's gonna join us. I'm just gonna bring him in now. His name's Nir, but he enjoys a smoke. So chat room, everybody knows Nir, but I'll just introduce him quickly to Ethan. Nir, buddy.
What's up?
How you doing, mate?
Hey, how you doing?
Welcome. I just introduced. Well, you heard. I just introduced you. You've been listening to Ethan. Ethan P. Dean.
Continue on with Ethan. Ethan, lovely to know you, and so is Amber, right? And,
yes, I was going to say this is our first time meeting as well. It's lovely to meet you.
Yes, good, thank you. And Colin, as usual. Hey. Rich.
So, what day is it today?
Is it Sunday, right?
Yeah, of course.
Monday for me.
So it's just Shalom.
Shalom, yeah. No, it's Shavuot Tov.
Oh, sorry.
Shavuot Tov, yeah. Good. Anyway, yeah, continue on with Ethan over there. I'm listening, and maybe I have a question or two afterwards.
Ethan's just having a little dig to see if he can find the video that they're hiding from us. YouTube is telling us that it's private, but it's not because
Okay,
it's public.
So I will ask the question, about what's going on with weed in Israel. I think that I personally think it's kind of like a situation which is I don't know something in the behinds of it, which is some suspicious for me. Ever since like they started, giving permits over here for medicinal weed, so it's kind of like dropped to the to the still not legal market. Okay, they sell it like in the one who gets it over a subscription. They hand it over to the ones who are like selling it in the like illegally, and I kind of like felt that since then, since it happens, all the time that I've encountered with weed, it's kind of like I feel something evil inside. Okay, and I'm like checking with my friend this bag that they're giving him, and I see this stamp over there of the Ministry of Health. Okay, in this on this bag, and I'm kind of like have this a conflict again in my mind. It's weird, but it's like with the Ministry of Health, and then like I told myself, I kind of like suspicious with things with the stamp of the Ministry of Health, and yeah, and I kind of like feel it, and when I tried this weed, I kind of like felt it that it's something I don't know. I don't know if I'm so much like allergic to the government or whatever that everything that they produce kind of like I feel it like in my body. I don't know, but it kind of like felt suspicious in some way, and I think that I'm for like last 20 years or so I'm not smoking weed at all. I'm smoking what you call hashish, but
hashish, man.
Hashish. But it's kind of like in Hebrew, it's called hashish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's no, damn it. What I was going to say has just gone straight out of my head again.
I agree. I think
Anyway.
I'd have that same feeling with that sort of stuff. It's just like there's something.
That's what I was going to say.
Something.
Yeah. So
in 2020. Oh, go on. Yeah, go on. Question.
Yeah. So this is the question I want to present. Like, if you felt that thing as well, and is it only my conspiracy mind that kind of like feels it or whatever? It's more than that, okay? Like in everything in life, okay, when something is like becoming, the thing of the majority, okay, when it turns into the majority thing, so I kind of like lose, the passion of it. I always like to keep myself as the underdog, and once like weed is legal, it's like, nah, I don't want it, it brought me to that conflict. Yeah, Rich.
Well, I was going to ask as well, it's sort of linked, it's basically, it's confirming what you've just said, what you were saying in a way. Ethan, I don't know how aware you are of, like here in the European markets, right? It's the weed has always been just, it's been all right, but it's never been really like, wow, like it is in America. And then in 2020, suddenly our market, the marijuana market, like here in Tenerife, where it's legal to smoke it, it's legal to smoke it in your own home, residence, or licensed property. And you're allowed to grow it at home, but as soon as you take it out of the home, it's illegal. So suddenly all the weed shops were getting flooded with this California strain, this new Cali strain. And I tried one of it, and they were selling it at 40 euros a gram, right? Weed sells anywhere between 5 and 15 euros a gram. And this stuff was going at 40 euros a gram. And I got, because I was friends with the guy that owned the place, I just got a joint and of this lemonade stuff, Cali strain lemonade.
That's about 20 bucks a
bloody
gram.
Strong. It was 40 here when they brought it out here. But I had about 3 tokes off it. And then about an hour later, I realized that I'd only had about 3 tokes off it. I was just like, woo, it blew my head off. And I'm not, so I've got a I call it a high tolerance level. You know, I've been for the last 20 years just basically smoking. Instead of smoking cigarettes, I smoke weed. Now, for the last couple of years, it's been off and on when I can get it. I don't always have it. I have it for a few days, and then I don't have it for, you know, then I don't have it for another two weeks or whatever. But I've got a tolerance level to it, and this stuff just blew my head off. And then obviously I know, like, it was very noticeable how kind of addictive it had become for people. And I was hearing stories of the lads back in Liverpool and London and Manchester. There were shootings, there were stabbings over weed. That had never, ever happened before. It's like, it's because it got you so messed up. It was just addictive. And my theory was that they'd messed with it. They'd done some genetic modification with it or something, and they'd messed with it and then flooded the market with it. And I think that they're gonna go on.
They have. I've talked about the fact that in recent times people are experiencing allergic reactions to marijuana. This is a new phenomenon. That you never heard that in the old days. And I believe the indoor grows is because of the seed to sale tracking. The indoor grows and the chemicals that they use and the artificial light. And you got those that want to say that the marijuana of today is so much more potent than the marijuana of the 60s. And I say bullshit, because they have evaluated marijuana from tombs, 2,000-year-old tombs, for the THC content. How do they do that? They do that by evaluating the CBN. CBN is degraded THC. After 2,000 years, there is no more THC or THCA. No. And it wouldn't be THC because it's flour, right? They got flour in the tomb. That's going to be THCA. Degraded THCA becomes CBN. Now, a friend of mine recently had a heart attack, and I was taking care of his dog for him. And his son wanted to know if I needed anything, if there was anything he could get me. And I said, man, if you got a bud or a joint, you know, that would be awesome. Well, he sent a guy over to the dispensary and picked up an ounce and sent me an ounce. And I'm reading this package, and it says THC 23%, CBD 0%. Then it says down here, actual THC or CBD value may vary from the reported value stated by up to 10%. So what is the THC content of this? All right, first of all, the THC content of this is bunk, because THC does not grow on a marijuana plant except in very small amounts. What grows on the plant is THCA. It only becomes THC when it's decarboxylated. It's decarboxylated with heat. So if you put it in your food and you cook it at the right temperature, you decarboxylate it. If you put fire to it and inhale it, it becomes THC. If you do a solvent extraction where you are evaporating that solvent, you're doing it at a boiling temperature, you're converting that THC to THCA. So first of all, these idiots even label their package. It says THC content 23. That's impossible, because THC just doesn't grow on a marijuana plant. Very, very little THC. The vast majority is THCA. And then they're going to claim it's 23%. And then they put this disclaimer in there that the actual value may vary from the reported value by up to 10%. So then what the hell is it? Is it 23% as stated? Is it 13%? Is it 33%? I'm telling you, it's none of the above because THC just doesn't grow in
Did you
volume
just
on
say?
a marijuana plant. It's
Did you just say 33, sir?
He said
He
33%,
just said
darling.
33. Illuminati confirmed.
It says it's 23%. Okay, it says THC 23%, and then it says may
23
vary
is a number as
plus
well.
or minus 10%.
So 23 and 13, they both got esoteric meaning and all kinds of stuff. Like that, bloody hell, Jim Carrey did a film called 23, and I got married on the 23rd. I was born on the 23rd, and I nearly died on the 23rd.
My daughter's married on the 13th of October.
They're all crazy numbers, man. Synchronicities with numbers. But
yeah, it's a labeling. They use that labeling trick all the time for so many things.
Oh, and it's wordplay. It's the words as well. It's the wordplay, isn't it? As well.
Oh, by the way, we got the election soon in Israel, and it's gonna be on November 1st. Okay, November 1st, and it's on Tuesday. Okay, on Tuesday, October, November 1st. So it's like 111. You add it like together, it's like the free.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's on Tuesday, which is Tuesday. It's like it's our third day of the week. Okay, it's not like anyway, they got it on the marker as well. That one.
It's my niece's birthday this year.
They love their
turning
numbers.
13 on the 1st of November.
They love their numbers.
Isn't that weird?
I'm not bringing this in because I want to start talking about it. But what are your thoughts, Ethan, about the death of the Queen? Just quickly, as we're talking about numbers and the death, the date of her death, there's all these numbers involved on that.
Well,
yeah.
What did Prince Charles says? 17 days of mourning. Is that a count?
Oh God, no.
Oh wow.
17 days of mourning. Prince Charles is going for 17th letter of the alphabet.
He's going to be King Charles III. King Charles III.
Okay, King Charles III is calling for 17 days of mourning.
Yeah.
Q, isn't it?
I think it's Q, yeah.
Super Queen, isn't it?
Yeah, Q. It is Q.
That's just so interesting.
Well, they love their numbers. They love their symbology. They love
our entire life. It's been a lie. It's been deception, the dumbing down,
not just our lives,
the destruction of the nuclear family. Take the father out of the equation. Take the masculinity out of the equation. Don't let your boys play with guns, little toy guns, army soldiers, tanks. Dress them up like girls.
Don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys.
Well, tell the men to get in touch with their emotions. I'm going to tell you about a man's emotions. We can be loving and as caring as any man, a man can be,
as any woman.
A man has emotions, but we don't function on emotion. We function on critical thought. We control our emotions so that we can be men. Women get emotional, and their emotions control their thought process, and they get confused. And then you got the doctors saying you need medication because you got this problem and that problem. And men, get in touch with your emotions. I say, men, get the estrogen out of your system and deal with being a masculine toxicity and bring it. You are the protectors. You are the warriors. You are the providers. And we are as loving and as caring and as sensitive as any living thing on this planet. But that's not how we function. We function by being providers and being protectors. And you don't do that by being all twisted up in your emotions.
Ethan.
I'm so sad. I'm so confused. Screw all that shit, man. You got balls for a reason. You got testosterone for a reason.
Oh, I did not know
Stand
that.
up and be a man and take the ball.
Ethan, it's about imbalance. It's about imbalance. Okay.
And
so what they've
is.
done, they've taken. So we have never, ever been taught what is true, what's real, and what's good for us. We've always been indoctrinated, and the indoctrination has been Freemasonic, dualistic, black and white paradigm, having one set side against the other. And you have to pick a side, because if you pick a side, it puts it out of balance, doesn't it? If you're on a teeter-totter and you put all the weight on one side, it's going to fall out of balance. And they want that. So, and that's like, it's the as within, so without, as above, so below. Within ourselves, we have feminine qualities and masculine qualities. But, you know, it's good for men to be men and women to be women. Men have a female side to their brain. They've got the left. Well, in my childhood, the left side was the female side. The right side was the male side. There's been some sort of Mandela effect, and now it's switched. But whichever side it is, there's a female side and there's a male side. And they're always... So for my entire growing up, first 30 years of my life, it was about the male side of the brain and being methodical, practical, using common sense, you know. Now it's all about, like you say, it's all about emotion. Everything now, silence is violence. Words are violence.
Emotion.
You can actually like really damage and hurt somebody by something you said, by misgendering somebody. You can get done. You can get taken into court. You can either get, there's a teacher has been put in prison for refusing to call his student by the pronouns that he wanted him to.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's a little bit more than that. He kind of insisted on going back into school, even when there was a kind of a cease and desist order on him and stuff. And he still went into his classroom and sat down. And fair play to the man, a man of fortitude who really was standing by his principles. Didn't want to back down, didn't want to become just a nothing, as a voice in the wind. Yeah. He stood for his principles, and he's actually brought attention to it. He's brought attention to it, which is a good thing.
Yes.
I personally, I think if somebody wants to be referred to as Jay, and Jem, that's fine, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to go into now. If somebody wants to be referred to as if somebody that was born as a biological male wants to be referred to and thought of as a female, then I don't have a problem with that, man, at all. I really don't have a problem with that, because I say each to their own. Like but there has to still. I have faith that there's still enough men with lots of testosterone that think they're men and want to be men, want to be protectors, want to be, want to do the work, want to put the graft in, want to be men, like you said. I have faith that there's enough of them, that it doesn't matter if a few want to go and bat for the other side or put on dresses or whatever it is they want to do. That's entirely up, That's what free will is, man. That's what we were given. Free will. Every one of us has free will.
For misquoting that. Like, say you make a mistake and you call them by the gender that they don't want to be called by, just because you're so used to seeing them as the one that they were born, for example. Yeah. We shouldn't then be constantly berated and looked at as like we're monsters because we just accidentally misspoke. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem.
Transphobic. Man, transphobic. I mean, what even is that? One of my favorite cartoons from childhood, and they made it into a brilliant films, was bloody Transformers. So how can you say I'm trans? Nobody can say I'm transphobic, because I used to love Transformers. So
bingo.
But I do. I agree with you. I agree with you, Ethan, about
now to think of it,
masculinity.
Optimus Prime did have boobs, right? Like this.
No, he had pecs. Yeah. There were pectoral muscles. They were
just
pectoral
realizing it now.
muscles. They were pectoral muscles. If they've redone it
And
and
then
now
you
he
just
has
call them
boobs,
peaks. That's just sugarcoating that shit. Those are boobs. Quit playing.
You're assuming.
but you're 100% right about masculinity and about males being totally emasculated. They had the audacity to call it toxic masculinity. And I'm just like, do you know
Whatever
what?
they
The more
label
you
that.
say that, the more they do that, and the more they say that, the more toxically masculine that makes me feel. Basically,
Yes.
I want to be. I'm not gonna start wearing a dress. I'm not gonna start eating fucking soy. I'm not gonna,
Your bugs.
You would wear that dress if we demanded you to
But-
put on that dress. You would put that dress on.
I did wear the
Eat
dress
your
in
bugs,
Greece
don't
in
I?
1999.
Damn it.
I dressed up as a hooker from Thailand in 1999. It was a fun thing. We went out in Greece. All the lads dressed up as hookers, and all the girls dressed up as lads, basically. And I'll tell you what, the Greek men were confused as fuck. They didn't get it. They came chasing after us with machetes. Came chasing after us.
I would
with
love to
machetes.
dress up like you. Like put on a shirt and put on a tie and just. But I can't tie a tie.
Yeah. You know, Rich, that you're a part of
That's
a
why
satanic
clip-ons
ritual,
were
right?
invented. What putting on the dress? Well,
Yeah.
It
is.
No,
It is.
I mean, I say no. I say
Go to the bottom of it. It
I
is.
say it was comedy, mate. It
What about
was
my
it was being able to take the piss out of myself about men being able to say, like, I think there is something in. Because I'll tell you what, I might have been dressed like a Thai prosy, but I didn't act like one, and I didn't walk like one, and I didn't talk like one, and I didn't fucking shave, and I had a little goatee at the time. So I had a little mini. I looked like a ladyboy, man. I looked like a ladyboy from now. I had a little short, little pink
Now I'm
mini
angry.
skirt
Even
on.
worse.
I had
Come on, come on.
I had stockings on, but I didn't shave my legs. And I got quite hairy
let me
legs.
explain
right?
to you, Rich. Let me explain to
I
you.
made no effort, but the makeup,
like ancient
the girls did my
religiously,
eyes.
okay?
And I looked. Whew.
Just a second. Let me explain to you, like ancient religiously, okay? Like the thing that wearing costumes in general, and men dressing as women and women dressing as men, it's like it was part of a satanic ritual, like in the old days. Okay, and,
Dude, in the 1600s in theatre, it was illegal for women to perform on stage. So men had to play all of the female
And wear
parts
makeup.
on stage.
all right,
You could say you could say that was deliberately, but yeah, but you could say that was deliberately sort of like a satanic ritual. It was making a satanic ritual out of law.
The logic that comes out of it, okay, that you put men as women and women as men, is like that you twist things, that you like invert things, and this is like against, of course, God's will. Okay, that's the basic thing of it. Okay, so it's and whenever you see this thing that people like for different genders like oppositing. So it's kind of like you have the sense, you have the taste that it's something which is like unnatural, okay? And you can say that it's like just a fun thing, okay, part of a holiday.
Humbling.
And
it's a very humbling experience. It's a very humbling experience.
Yeah, whatever.
Riding my motorbike, I didn't even.
They will excuse it to you to say that it's a part of a celebration, a part of I don't know, emotional process that you bring out the woman in
alcohol,
you, whatever.
Dude. It was alcohol. That's what it was.
The alcohol. Okay.
Copious quantities of tequila slammers.
Yeah, blame it on the alcohol.
Vodka.
It's the most institutional drug ever, so you can blame it on him because this satanic thing is being encouraged by the government. Okay.
So I mean, dude,
I'm sure you're aware of that. Okay.
So you know where I stand on biblical paradigms, right?
All right.
Ethan, I'll let you know where I stand. I've had a relationship with what I perceive to be my creator for as long as I can remember. I've spoken to him. I've spoken to him always in private. Every day I speak to for a long time. It's like God. We say God. Now, because of my research into law and into corporations and into how they tricked us legally, I've found out that God is a corporate. The word God, is a corporate fiction. It has a bank account and everything.
In God we trust.
What we perceive as God is our creator. I personally, because I've always been asking for guidance. I've always been looking out for the, the answers to my prayers and to guidance and everything. And it's always been with retrospect, it's always been on reflection that I've been able to say, right, yeah, that my prayers were answered. That was the answer to that. That was the answer to that. And so it always continued all through my life. And then in 2016, I basically screamed at God, said, if you don't do something now, I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to throw myself off the 11th floor of my apartment building. And yeah. And 5 minutes later, a Jehovah's Witness knocks on my door. And my brain is maybe my worst enemy, but maybe my best friend. I spent 5 hours with the guy, and then afterwards I buried my head in the internet, researching Jehovah's Witnesses, researching the origin of it, with the Watchtower Association, the people who originally started it, the original mission statement kind of thing, what happened, the books that were brought in without proper procedure. I saw it for what it was. I'd already done the Catholic thing, I'd already done the Christian thing, but I've always had this in my heart, it wasn't thinking, it was in my heart. I had this like drive to just keep pushing. Don't stop there. Keep pushing, because that's not all of it. There's some of it, but it's not all of it. It's sewn up with bits of it, but it's not all of it. It's somehow it's like a sleight of hand, and you're not getting the truth. So keep going. So when this guy turns up 5 minutes after I say I'm going to kill myself if you don't do something, this Jehovah's Witness knocks on my door, and I'm on the 11th floor, and he shouldn't have even come to my door. Like my door was the third door that he came to, and I was the first person that had answered to him. So he felt that he'd been sent to me.
Third door on the 11th floor. Third door on the 11th floor.
Yeah.
You continue.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So 11, man, 11. But anyway, so it was Twin Towers as well that I lived in. I lived in Twin Towers,
Wow.
2 towers, the Torres de Yomli. Anyway, I knew that he wasn't sent to me because I was supposed to become a Jehovah's Witness. I just knew. So I thought, no, it's for him. This is for him. And also it was to refocus me, because I was suicidal. I needed something to focus on, and it gave me something to focus on that reminded me of all these things that I'd forgotten because of this relationship that I'd had that had gone all shitty. Anyway, I kept going, I kept asking, I kept praying, and I keep getting these different things coming to me that resonate with me. Like, it's like I'm not finding it out, I'm remembering it. And where I am now is that we've been created. I'm not quite sure what it was that created us, or who, whether we were involved in it somehow or not. But I know that the ego that I'm in right now, the vessel that I'm in right now, this is his first time here. The only sort of the talents and intellect, intelligence and all of that, that's all genetic. And the ego this is the first time, unique ego that's ever been here. But the soul that I'm carrying has been here since the beginning. And so I've got that's this connection that I've always had to God.
You're not carrying a soul. You are the soul.
Well, the ego isn't like there's this
carrying an ego.
We've got this
You are
trinity. with like and I think there's a higher self, and maybe that higher self, maybe as a part of God, because I have God inside me, I have the Creator inside me. I see myself as, the living Word of God, as all of us, we are the living Word of our Creator. We were spoken into existence by our Creator, and yeah,
Okay.
I'm all
Love that.
about we were created and God and everything, and some of the principles from the Bible, the principles that Jesus taught. I'm all about that. But
Hermetic.
biblical paradigms and characters such as Satan, when you do the research into Satan, who is Satan at the end of the day? Who is he? Who is he? Because it wasn't called Satan until 400 AD, when some Benedictine monk decided to say that the king of hell was Satan. But all the way up until that point, Satan was only
He
an
was not.
adversary. And so there was more than one Satan. It was Satan. And he was the adversary. And the adversary lives inside us as well. We've got both. We've got the divine and the not so divine, both in us at the same and that's where we go to what I'm saying about balance. So when you look at the secret teachings of Jesus is talking about balance, balancing the left and the right, balancing the masculine and the feminine, balancing the spiritual and the physical. It's all about balance. The
Can I add something about Satan?
Yeah, go on.
As a Satan specialist. Yeah. Anyway,
Yes.
and but you told us you don't know who Satan is, and I recently read down the book of Enoch, okay, which is telling about the pre-flood era, and in this book you can.
What if Enoch was Enki? Enoch was Enki, though.
Yeah.
It can be argued
That's what
that
I came
Enoch
to
was
the
Enki.
conclusion.
Yeah. But over there, they're telling you the story of the fallen angels, and their leader of the fallen angels, it's been called over there Sanyaza, okay, from some reason, but it's totally been referred as the Satan, and what he rebelled God in what's been told over there, and then God, as a punishment, dropped him and the fallen angels down to Mount Hermon over here in Israel, okay, and over here, the Hermon, it's the most north mountain in Israel. It's on the border of Syria, and it's the only mountain in Israel that you have every year have snow in it. And over there, the Mount Hermon, it's called the root of Hermon is Cherem, which is to disband someone, okay, to conspire against someone, and who the conspirator over there is against the human race, okay, which is the creation of God. They said that if they want to defy God, if they want to hurt God, they will need to hurt the human race first. And they did it in two ways, okay. One is teaching them. There was an angel called Azazel. Okay, Azazel, and Azazel taught them how to create weapons. Okay.
Yeah.
And
well, not just weapons.
Yeah, like sophisticated technologies. Yes, like advanced technologies. And besides that, the war scene that they had, and this is why God is so angry about the Sanyaza is that they intercoursed with the women. Okay, and what they created over there was a new breed, okay, of what we've been told. The Nephilim.
Dude, we all know this story, bro.
Yeah,
we all know this story.
So here's the story of Satan, okay? Here's the story of where this evil, okay, came to the world. And the big question over here is, I think, that with everyone that starts to talk about God is whether or not you see it as a true entity, him and Satan, okay? And if you see it as a true entity, you gotta, take the whole story of what's happened with them, because in this story they're telling you what's happened with them, okay? So you kind of need to believe the story, but the question is if it's you are believer in this whole story, or you think that God is I don't know, kind of like a vague concept that which is the light which is inside every one of us or something like that. It's like two options. Okay, just pick.
It's not a vague option, but it's not a vague
feeling.
notion.
I
So
don't know. Okay,
no, I want to
nice.
hear. I want to hear what Nate. I want to hear what Ethan has to say. I want to hear Ethan.
Well, goodness, I have been experiencing very supernatural experiences for say 6 to 8 months. I've been very disconnected from church, from religions, most of my life. My mother and my stepfather dragged me and my brother to church every Sunday. When the car doors opened in the parking lot at church, my mother and stepfather became holier than thou. And when church ended and we got back in the car and the doors closed, all hell broke loose until next Sunday when we got to church and the doors opened. And
Hypocrisy.
so I lived a very, I was subject to a lot of mental and physical abuse by my stepfather. And my mother was basically a child when I was born. And from the time I was 13 years old, my mother said repeatedly over and over, I can't wait until you're gone. And I left home at 17. I got married at 19. All I wanted was family because I didn't have family. And I have not had I had a disdain for church. I've had a disdain for religion. I said, why do I need to go to church to be with God? If God is all knowing and all seeing, then I'm with God all the time. Then I should be
Amen.
acting in God's will all the time, not
Amen.
just on Sunday, not just when the mood strikes me. And so I don't have scriptures in my knowledge. And it was about, I want to say 6 or 8 months ago, I'm sitting here in this chair. It's nighttime, and I have this incredible, overwhelming urge to get up out of the chair, go to the door, open the door, and look up in the sky. And there I'm looking at the stars, and this one very bright, I'm thinking it's a star, is not a star. It is much closer than all the stars up there that create our constellations, and it's very bright. And
could have been
I
Venus.
feel like it's communicating, but I'm not getting. It's not like I hear a voice in my head. It's not like I'm conscious of a communication that I can relate to, but I feel this incredible connection. And as I'm engaged with it with my eyes and with my soul, all of a sudden the trees, I'm in the middle of 40 acres. All of a sudden the trees just lit up with this bright white, Christ white light. And it freaked me, but it didn't scare me. It was amazing. It was like, I'm thinking this should scare the shit out of me, but I'm not scared. And now I'm getting weak. I mean, my knees are shaking. I feel like I'm going to fall down if I don't go sit down. And I came inside and I just felt absolutely exhausted, absolutely drained. And the next thing I know, I'm sleeping. And then this has just perpetuated since then. And I feel like I'm being communicated with in many different ways. In other words, thoughts are running through my mind, and there are all of a sudden the load in the wood stove will shift. In other words, what's below has burnt, and now boom, it falls, and it happens. It's such a moment in my thought process that I know this is a communication. And then the same thing will happen with the coffee pot. The coffee pot is over there just absolutely silent. Coffee's all brewed, and I have this thought, and that coffee pot starts making noise. Another thing is the hot water heater and the refrigerator. And then the last thing is music. Sometimes I just say, I'm gonna turn on the music, and I don't listen to radio with commercials. I got an app for radio stations, and I have an oldie station that plays 50s music, commercial free, and classic country that plays old country music. My grandmother loved the country music, and back in the 50s and 60s is that wangy, tangy country music. And I'd go over to grandma's house and she'd have that music playing, and I hated it. I absolutely hated it. But today I love it. And the thing is, when sometimes I'll be in thought and deep in thought, and I just get this feeling like I'm going to listen to some music. And this is where I learned that the I am, the one, has an incredible sense of humor, and he always communicates his sense of humor to me in music, the way that what's being said in the lyrics of the song that I'm listening to versus the thought in my mind just makes me smile or makes me start laughing. And then I've also developed different, so that we are literally blind because we don't have vision, right? When you look through a telescope, you can look at, no longer see what we see with our eyes. We're seeing the energy field. So there's night vision, right? You put on the night vision goggles, now you have a totally different vision. Well, I have been gifted the vision to see the demonics, to see hell. And I'm going to tell you that it is packed, are smashed together. There's no room. These faces are just smashed all together, and they are the most disgusting, most suffering faces you can imagine. And this happens to me when I'm in darkness. So if the lights are off and my eyes are open, I see it. If I close my eyes and I'm in darkness, I see it. And this started happening to me when I needed sleep. It's time to sleep. And I'm in darkness and I'm seeing hell. And I can't sleep. I'm so disturbed by it. I have to get up. I have to turn on the light. I have to open my eyes. And then it goes away. And then I try to go back to sleep again. I go to close my eyes and be in the darkness, and there's hell. I am seeing it. And that's when I ask God, please shield me from my visions, because I need to sleep. I need to rejuvenate. I need to rest. And when I do that and I close my eyes, hell is gone. And I have a nice, peaceful darkness, and I can sleep. And this has been going on again, probably for about 6 to 8 months. And here about 6, 8 weeks ago, I now have the vision to see angels, to see the angelics. And I'm telling you, they are everywhere. They are all around us. And the thing is that in my studies in recent times is that when the earth was being prepared for man, and the fallen angels were here, and the fallen angels learned that we are above them, because the devil can't do anything without a man's permission. You have to make a deal with the devil in order for the devil to do what the devil does. And it doesn't require all men, it just requires one man, and then the devil can do what he does. Well, apparently the same thing is true for our angelic angels, the good angels, our caretakers. They are, most of them are apparently are bored because we don't engage with them. We don't authorize them to look out for our best interest, to act on our behalf. So in recent weeks, I mean, literally the last 2 months, I authorized my angel to act on my behalf, to act in my best interest. And then I've taken it a step further. My friend had this heart attack, this massive heart attack, lost 3/4 of his heart. And I authorized my angel to work with his angel to keep him alive. And it's amazing. So one of the things that the Lord has put into my mouth is own your authority. I don't know where that came from.
Yes.
It had to come from the Lord.
Oh, right.
And so I have videos about own your authority. And then I am of the opinion to authorize your angel, own your authority, and authorize your angel.
Ethan, can I've got something specific to that. In 2016, I was visited by the Shadow Man. About 11 o'clock in the morning, I'm sat there on my sofa, watching TV, got a coffee, wide awake, and suddenly I started to fall asleep. And it felt like, I'm a lad who's done substances since I was 21 years old, and I know what it feels like to be under the influence of something and to start to lose your consciousness. And I started to feel it. I couldn't keep my eyes open. I could not keep my eyes open at all. And then I started to feel my consciousness sort of slipping. I was going into these micro sleeps. And through the slit of my eyes, sorry, my cat has this habit of jumping up on the keyboard. Through the slits of my eyes, trying to open my eyes, I see this thing. I don't just see it, I feel it come into my room. Big, tall, smoky, shadowy, kind of horrible. The feeling that came into the room, the suppression, like the dread, the feeling of dread that came into the room. And it was horrible. And because I was at the time, I was studying because I studied with that Jehovah's Witness for 9 months. And for the first month, it was like every day for 3 to 5 hours a day or the first like 3 weeks, until they told him he wasn't allowed to spend that much time with me. He never did any of the talking. I was the one that did all the talking most of the time. And he was asking me questions. I knew what I needed to say. I needed to ask, basically, I didn't need to ask anybody for anything. The authority given to me, the authority given to me by my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That's what I wanted to say. I couldn't say it. My throat closed up. And I was trying to say it, and I physically couldn't say it. And that's when the terror set in to my stomach. And I went, raw. I just suddenly hear myself back then. That's when the terror set in. And that's when I just prayed to Jesus. And I said, please, Jesus, with the power, you got to help me out here. Please help me. And this golden being came down, sat on the sofa next to me, arrived next to me. I didn't turn around and look at it. I could just sense it and feel it. Came down, put his hand on my shoulder, and just said, "You got this." And that was instantly, I was getting the authority to say that. So I said, with the authority given to me by my Lord and Jesus, and I didn't even finish saying his name, and that thing fled. It fled like, and with it,
because I want to know
like
where the damn car's at.
The whole with it, the whole atmosphere in the room was sucked out with it. I had, where my apartment was, I had light coming in. I had a lot of light in my apartment, but when that thing was in there, there was no light. Everything went dark. All that sucked out of it, and I jumped out of the sofa. I've never felt so alive in my life, ever. Still to this day, it's like boom. So that confirmed to me that I had some authority that was given to me, and where my journey's taken me, right, is Jesus is my brother, right? He's my example. He set the example, and he like the the whole story, the principles and everything set in the example, because he says to, I think, Timothy and to John, he says it to Thomas, sorry, if we can't believe in him, if we can't believe in ourselves, believe in him, watch what he does, because if we live like him, we can do everything he can do. So if we live righteously, if we live with principles, with the principles bestowed on us in the Bible by by Jesus and his disciples, that then we automatically have the authority. I had an experience last year in November where I had a 3-way conversation with my soul and my I perceive it as my higher self. I see it. There's God, then my higher self, and then my soul, and then my ego. So, like in this realm, I feel like I have contact. Or maybe I'm perceiving it completely wrong, and it's actually God. But I'm not saying that I'm not trying to say that my higher self is God or that I'm God or anything. Like I recognize that I'm not. Absolutely not. But I feel like we are all meant to be trying to emulate our Creator, not just Jesus, but our Creator, but without the arrogance and the ego. This is the land of duality. This is the realm of duality. So if you can't keep your ego in check, it's gonna take over. That's exactly what's happened in this realm. And you could say that's exactly what happened with the story of Lucifer, not Satan. The story of Lucifer. Lucifer was told to bow to the angel, bow to man, and he didn't want to. And the angels in the Jewish thing, it was the jinn. It was, what's his name? The Messiah.
Mashiach, this is Messiah.
No,
this
the
Messiah is the good guy.
is the good guy.
The Antichrist.
No. What's the? No, I'm thinking of the Islamic one. The Islamic.
The jinn. It's like it comes from.
No, the Islamic Satan, Islamic Lucifer. He was a jinn. He was a jinn because jinn had free will, and he was one that chose to honor God right up until God created man, and he said, "What the fuck? I'm made out of smokeless fire. He's made out of the fucking earth, and I'm not going to worship him." And it's the same bloody story, just retold with Islamic names.
I want to just add for what you said earlier. You said that you kind of like feel that we all got this godly, I don't know, feeling inside us. Okay, that which makes us what we are, and actually very different from all the other animals. Okay, now by the creation story, this is from what I believe in, and this is kind of like it's been told over there that God created the man in his image. Now, what I interpreted out of it is that God created us that we not resemble to God, okay, but we have the same qualities, the same character, the main character that God have, okay, and God is the creator, and He gave us this quality of creation, and I think that from and this is the thing that differs us also from all the rest of the animals, okay? All the rest of the animals can't create by their own, okay? They can only, survive doing basic stuff. But like a real creation, like God created this world, this is only the man can do, only humans can do. So this is what I get out of it, and what I got out of it.
You got to let me finish, though, dude. You got to let me finish.
All right.
The whole point of what I was trying to say was we was talking about authority, right? My higher self told me last November, after 90 hours of being awake, not through substance abuse or anything, from downloads, from information, from interaction with friends, that was just leaving me buzzing because the conversations we were having were so bloody amazing. And I could not sleep. Every time I laid down to go to sleep, I had a thought or a like a thought would come into my mind. It'd be like, bang. It wasn't a thought. It was like this knowing about things, this awareness of things suddenly, like things that previously seemed really complicated weren't complicated anymore. And that was energizing me. And during this 90 hours of being awake, I spoke to my higher self, what I perceived to be my higher self. And he said, own it, basically own it, which is all about authority and responsibility. That's the big thing, is responsibility. So you've got to respect that if we've got this right, we've all got this right. So it doesn't mean that because I've got this right, I can control anybody or make anybody else think what I want them to think or what I think they should think. Or it's like all I want is everybody to have enough knowledge to be able to come to their own conclusions that will hopefully be in the ballpark, in the right area, and hopefully they'll be in the same, it'll be sort of similar to what I'm thinking, because then that will mean, oh yeah, I'm actually, it's just more confirmation. I get confirmation in different ways all the time from synchronicities, but and from the feeling, just the feeling that I get. I've been on this path consciously, not really doing much else apart from work, which was music, which meant 2 hours a day. So the other 22 hours I was spending thinking about this shit, and looking into this stuff. So go on.
Forgot what I wanted to say, but I will try to complete it. Okay, anyway, go on. You sorry. Yeah.
No. It's all right, dude. It's just that I wasn't finished what I was going to say, what I was trying to say, and and you interrupted me, and I hadn't finished, and I hadn't said it the first time. But the point is, we're all sat here absolutely respecting the fact that we are living. We are all the product of creation. Right, we can all agree that we are the product of creation. We might not all totally agree on what it is that created us or the laws that we should be living under while we're here. But we're all agreed, certainly here, we're all agreed that we were created, that we didn't evolve from monkeys. That everything they've taught us about that crap is exactly that crap, and designed to separate us from the knowledge that we are. There was divine intention behind us being here. We're meant to be here. We're not a cancer on the earth. We're the custodians of it. And that's all about respecting the intelligence behind the creation. But behind, it's like the intelligence just so far, it surpasses anything we can dream of. There's go on, you invent a universe exactly like this one. Go on, get Elon Musk to invent a human being. Get Elon Musk to
Yeah.
invent a human being. And then maybe I'll consider that maybe we could, you know. But
I think that it all comes out like if you talking about, you know, I came to this conclusion that you're talking about out of like the flat Earth, of course, and the main conclusion that you get out of like flat Earth, that it's like you have two narratives, and if you go by the scientific narrative of you know balls and Big Bang and whatever, and evolution, as you said, so it's all being laid down on coincidence, while if you like going to the other narrative, which is relying on cause and result, this is and you go back forward to the primary reason that everything was created. You're coming to God, and He's the one who created this place, and He's created, of course, the man. And I think that when it's all being and when you understand that this place, through the physical observations, okay. When you sit and look at this place, you can never understand if it's like flat, not flat, whatever, okay? But you can totally understand that it's a structure, okay? It's a structure, and if it's a structure, someone had to make it, okay? It's like
I beg to differ. When you're standing there, it doesn't matter where you're standing, right? You might be able to say that there's relief to where it is, like, oh, there's hills there, and there's a mountain there, and there's a big gully there, but when I look at the horizon, it's flat.
Whatever.
So it's flat, man. It doesn't appear as anything else.
The shape doesn't matter. The shape doesn't matter. It only matters that it's a structure, okay? Because for instance, that you know, if you're going down the street, okay, and you're like watching a building, you like think for yourself, how does that got built? So there are like, I don't know, two options, maybe more. One option is like you had a pile of bricks, and one tornado came over and twisted all the bricks, and they piled up together as a building, and they put paint on themselves, and this is how it's got created. And the other way around that you can think about it is that, you know, there were builders, constructors, and they all like came over, planned things, how these buildings were built, and they constructed it. Now, option A or option B, okay? Which one makes more sense?
That's like the monkeys in a library with assorted letters being left in a library for long enough, being able to produce the Bible. It's a similar. And
I want to add on about your I know biblical paradigm objection, okay, which is a big question, okay, because lots of people came to me lately, told me, oh, what do you even believe this scriptures, this Bible? It's kind of like you know, that like humans wrote it, and you know, it's some Ezra guy who wrote the Bible, and some Greek guy who wrote the New Testament, and it's like, why do you believe it? And how you can be certain of this, that stories are correct, and those characters were real, okay? And this is like a big question, okay? And I told them I wasn't like coming with the approach of like telling, yeah, I know, I've been there or something like that. No, I couldn't take this presumption. And I told that, no, I can't be sure of the biblical story, that it's accurate and correct, and with all the characters and everything, okay? But I think that you said that earlier, that once you like reading the verses, reading the Bible,
the principles.
Yeah, it's like the kind of like the spirit that comes out of it, okay? From all the what you said about the things that Jesus said, things that all kind of like, you know, principles in the Bible, whatever, they feel to me as related to the truth realm, okay? They're like they are whatever I know as truth, okay? For the last few years when I'm dealing with truth, I know that it's kind of like, you know, I know the feeling of how truth feels like. And the same vibe that I get from like reading the scriptures, it's the same vibe that I get, that it's a truthful thing. So if you can rely on feeling, you know, it's a question by itself. But this is at least what I got, what I hold when I stand behind this, you know, this Bible.
All this. So this, what this highlights is my main point all the time, is that, you know, perception is the key to reality. You're capable of rewriting reality purely by changing your perception of things, and that's so evident in that because they've done nothing but control our perception since because of the pre-programming of our parents. For us, it's since birth, but maybe our parents' parents, you know, maybe there was like, look at the world wars, look at the rewriting of history that goes on during world wars, and now during pandemics, rewriting of history, right?
Yeah,
But
of
because,
course. But so you can say
but
that you
they don't,
wrote down the
you
Bible
don't,
here.
you
Yeah.
never read the truth in what's reported.
Yeah.
You never read the truth in what's reported. So we're told that these wars are about something or other, you know, especially these civil wars and stuff back in the 1700s, the 1600s, the 1500s. You know, it's like maybe those wars were people actually refuse it. It was just exactly what's going on right now, except back then they still had fucking weapons. And so they stood up and said, no, fuck off. What are you talking about? When you wear a mask, it makes you more sick. It doesn't make you better. What? No, but they had swords back then, so they could actually, you know, stand up against it. But what was written in the historical narrative was, oh, these people were having a civil war because of they didn't like the ruler, or they didn't like the government, or you know, it's all.
I have a very good comment, not comment, but a note, which is related to today. Okay, September 11, right? September 11 today.
That's
right?
why this stream's called 9/11.
Yeah, 9/11. Now, cool thing. Okay, now in by Jewish, Bible history, whatever, the first and second temple, they were taken down on the same day. Okay, which is the 9th of the month of Av. Okay, now if you take the 9/11 like the Americans are writing it, okay, like the 9 first, okay, and then the 11, okay, and you kind of generate that into the Hebrew calendar, so you're getting the Av is the 11th month, okay, so it goes down that the 11th, the 9th from the 11th month in the Jewish calendar, it's just September 11. Coincidence?
Because because September 11th, back before Augustine, was actually the 7th month, not the 9th.
The 7th, okay. Yeah.
So, but no, that's where the 7/11, because 7/11 or 9/11, they both have the same. They both have the same meaning, because 9/11 is also 7/11.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so Tisha B'Av, it's still today a memorial day in Israel for the first and second temple. Things that happened how long? 2,500 years ago, something like that. Anyway, they still commemorate that. As probably they're going to commemorate September 11, and I'm going to say that Bin Laden do that or something like that forever,
I didn't hear what you said because you just anyway.
Anyway,
I didn't make out what you said at the end there.
They're probably going to commemorate this Tisha B'Av, this Hebrew Memorial Day. Yeah, no, it's not today. It's it's in August, okay? But it's the 9th day of the 11th month.
Right.
Okay,
so Israeli, right.
So it's the same thing as if you look at it as the American, how the American writes it. Okay.
Right.
Anyway, this is conspiracy. No. If you would understand, Hebrew calendar, it will go up perfectly for you. Anyway, go on.
I hate that word, man. I hate that word because it's got so much attached to it now. But really, the word is exactly what it says it is. And there's conspiracy in everything. People conspire all the time.
Yeah, we're talking about numbers before, It's like
no, I know, but it's just you said conspiracy.
Okay.
By
the way, I remembered another 33. The establishment of Israel, there was a voting in the UN. It was on November 29, 1947. Okay, there was a voting in the UN. And 33 countries were for establishing Israel.
Yeah. So, I mean, we all know what that is, man.
Yeah.
Listen, Ethan, mate, you've been with us for 3 hours and 20 minutes, and I don't know, if you wanna go, if we've kept you for long enough. you please don't be don't be afraid to say, hey, listen, lads, I'm going to check out now because you're talking a lot of crap. But I mean, if you want to join in as well, you have to, one of the things about us is we're really crap at, like, we'd like to talk a lot. So you just have to basically talk over us and we'll shut up and listen to what you're going to say, because you've been very quiet there for the last probably 20 minutes or so. Just listening to me and Nia.
You gave me a opportunity to speak, and so I appreciate that so much. And I'm not here to monopolize anything, and you folks have things to say. I'm really engaged in the conversation, and just respectful for all of you to say what you want to say when you want to say it. And I'm a little frustrated with the fact that Vic's testimonial has been set to private because it was public. And so in the quiet time here, I was just trying to see what I could find on the phone as far as, in my YouTube channel, how to get that set. But once this is all over, I'll get into YouTube and change the setting on that to public, because it should be public. And because I'm here for exposure. I'm a whistleblower. I'm fighting to make a difference for everybody, because Trump says there. What does he say? He says there. Jesus, it's escaping me. You know how he talks about how they're just trying to. I'm in the way. They're trying to get to you.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, they're not after.
Uses,
they're not after me. They're after you. It's just I'm in the way.
Right. So they're denying you, denying your family, denying every man and mammal on this planet the opportunity to be healthy with cannabis. You see, my patent is not just for men, it's for men and mammals. Your cat suffers poor oral health. Your dog suffers poor oral health. And back in the old days, like I like watching the old Westerns. And so when a horse buyer was looking at a horse, what did he look at? Don't answer. I'm going to answer for you. He would look at two things. He would look at the mouth, and he would look at the feet. If it had bad feet or it had a bad mouth, he wasn't interested in buying it, right? If you don't have good feet and you don't have a good mouth, you're not a healthy person. And the same is true with your livestock. So cannabis used to be used as food. We can feed our livestock with cannabis and with hemp. And we don't have to be injecting them with antibiotics, because we can get the natural antibiotics from the God-given herb.
Yep.
And what does God say about seed? What does the Bible say about seed? Seed is so important. And what are they doing with marijuana today? Sinsemilla, seedless. No, we want seeds in our marijuana. Those seeds are very important to cannabinoid production. Several years ago, it was said that there's 160 known cannabinoids. All you ever hear people talk about is THC and CBN. What about the other 160? Anytime any cannabinoid shows efficacy for health, when you combine it with other cannabinoids, the efficacy increases. This is called synergy through the entourage effect. And CBD has been touted as this miracle cannabinoid. But I'm going to tell you what, so is a placebo. A placebo is an amazing thing. But CBD by itself, isolated by itself, is very, very dangerous. It causes wasting disease. I know the researchers have been put in charge of researching to find out why overuse of CBD causes wasting disease. People use too much CBD, they end up in a hospital withering away to nothing. It's all the cannabinoids in conjunction that give the synergistic effect known as the entourage effect. And so seed is so important. And there's your three main species of cannabis is indica, sativa, and ruderalis. Ruderalis is an autoflower. In other words, an indica or a sativa changes from vegetation to flower when the daylight is reduced. When the daylight is reduced down to somewhere around 14 to 12 hours is when the cannabis plant switches from vegetation to flower. An autoflower plant isn't controlled by the sunlight. You can have that under 24-hour light and it will automatically
3
switch
months
from to flower. The thing is, a ruderalis or an autoflower does not have a lot of girth. It's not going to become a big, huge plant where you need
they're short
6
and
to
stubby
8 men out around the plant.
they're short.
You know,
That's what
one
we were
guy
growing in
put his
Portugal.
arm around a ruderalis plant. And a farmer who was supplying my shop, he was bringing his crop over. Well, everybody else is struggling to finish with their outdoor grows. He's growing outdoors, and he's bringing in his crop to the shop, and he's got the biggest nugs. And what he did was he seeded the ruderalis or the autoflower with a regular cannabis indica or sativa or interbred strains thereof. And a ruderalis plant, an autoflower plant, you cannot clone it. And it's only going to grow so big. But when you pollinate it with a sativa or indica or interbred strain thereof, what you get is something amazing. You get seeds that will produce a marijuana plant that will grow like to the size of a regular marijuana plant, but it will go into flower in August, and you can harvest in the middle to the end of September, and you can clone it. And I have that happening right now in my grow. I have 5 autoflowers out there that I have seeded, and I am so thrilled. And those seed husks are just loaded with trichomes. The leaves around those buds are just loaded with trichomes. They are just so crystalline. It's just amazing. So next year, I'll have seeds to put in the ground that will grow to the size of a regular marijuana plant. They'll go into flower in August, and I'll be able to harvest the end of September or early October.
When will you plant them?
Well, what I hope to do is pop them indoors in, say, like January.
Just germinate
and determine what's a male and what's a female, and then look for the strongest ones, and then make that a mother plant, and then clone from it. Also in the garden out here, I've got 2 marijuana plants that were have been bred and acclimated to the Michigan environment, and they switched over to flower early. And one of them is a producer. It's obviously a good sized plant, but I got a late start. so it's not nearly as big as it could be. So I'm looking to try and get a head start if I can. The problem I have is I heat with wood, and I'm in a very small space. I'm in 300 square feet, and this is a big wood stove. This thing will heat a full size house, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 square foot house, and so quite often I have a door cracked or a window cracked throughout the winter, which is great because it brings in fresh air and it lets out the smoke that I produce with my cigarettes and my cannabis, right? And but that's not good for the plants. The plants are getting this high heat, and then they're getting this cold air coming in. So just to have a house plant, I'm not in the right condition for it. So I'm hoping to be able to network with somebody that I can, once I get these seeds popped, that they can put them into a nice environment that's controlled, and then switch the light to get them into flower and find out which ones are female. And then once we have identified the females, then identify the females that have the characteristics of the biggest, strongest, best producing plant, and then that's the one to be cloning. And really, if government had stayed the hell out of my life, I would be buying metric tons of cannabis from any country in the world that would produce it. I would have the largest marijuana company that the world has ever seen. That you can't even imagine.
And you'd be putting pharmacies out of business. You'd be putting pharmacies out of business. You'd be putting pharmacies out of business.
Oh, you're damn straight.
And they can't have that. They can't have their, they can't have their 500 billion a year, $1 billion a year cancer industry getting severely affected by people going out and using cannabis. All the dentists that it would put out of work.
That's good. You know what? When the horse and buggy whips and the horseshoe, the horseshoe makers, when the automobile came in, well, hey, they had to get a new job. All right, get a new job. What do you want to be part of the evil side? Let's get on the right side. Let's get on the healthy side. When you have a nourished endocannabinoid system, your immune system now can function at a much higher capacity. And when your immune system and your endocannabinoid system are functioning at that capacity, your mental capacity engages. And we are creators, and we can create so much wealth and so much prosperity that we can have such a good life. We need to tear this evil system down. Yeah. All these parasites can go rot in hell for all I care. They need to be put there. It's time for good men to do some very bad things to some very bad people. And unless good men stand up and deal with this shit, it's just going to keep on perpetuating and dragging us down.
Hell yeah. Go on there. What do you want?
Yeah, I have kind of like a good example.
I get a little passionate, and I don't mean to be screaming at y'all.
We share the passion. We share the passion, Ethan. We share that passion for the truth and the love of cannabis as well. Sick once in 5 years. I've been sick once in 5 years. So. Go on then, Neil. What do you want to say?
I want to put in a little bit of a commercial, if I may. Like today, I received. I don't know if I told you about it, Richie. And it's kind of like connected to what Ethan said, but not about weed, but something else. This thing over here, I just received it today from our good friend Paul. Paul Lindbergh. Okay, Paul on the plane, and
Okay.
yeah, and this thing over here, it's pills for your car. Interesting, right? Pills for your car. And I'm gonna open it first, okay? Like for the first package. And this thing's supposed to. I haven't tested it yet on my car, but it's supposed to reduce your gas consumption, okay? Like really drastically, and of course fix your engine and make it like more less pollutable and things like that. Yeah, just open it. Whoa, smells funny. Yeah, those are like, I know, brown pills. You put it like when you put
Vitamins for your car.
Yeah, vitamins, ecstasy for your car, whatever. Yeah, it's like it's supposed to be like pretty much good. They have like tons of testimonials how it's working. It's like also, I know.
Do you know, put it up again. Put it up again, and I'll
Yeah.
just put you on solo so you can all see it.
Yeah.
Show us the pill. Show us the
Yeah.
pill
Oh,
because
the pill, the pill.
it looks like a multivitamin pill.
Yeah, something like that. And you just put it like in the fuel trunk whenever you like put in the fuel, and it kind of like saves you, I know, about 30-40% of the fuel, something like that. And it's now been, from what I understood, it's been now just marketed to the social market, to the public market, and till now it was only been used by the military and all kinds of like other big bodies in the US, and now they're like going to promotion it like worldwide. And I'm actually been chosen by Dear Paul to market it in Israel. Okay, and today, just today, received this first package, and I'm like about to try it. Okay, on my new car, and I'll tell you how it goes. But it goes the same.
You can let us know how it goes, man.
Yeah.
Let us know how it goes. You need to do a controlled. You need to do a controlled observation. So you fill your tank, drive it till it's empty, and then do it again.
Yeah. And the thing is that it's got like not only the gas saving, it's also got also like very environmental purposes as well as like less polluting, and it also like helps your engine to gain more years or something like that. And I think that I haven't tried it yet, but I will, and we'll let you know. And it's kind of like relates to whatever Ethan says by products, things that we got here in this world that can make us like yet less use. And I think those things are coming like against the system, because who's the system that is selling us? Who's selling us gas? I guess the system, right? So everything that you kind of like save out of like paying the system, okay, you kind of like weaken her in some way. Okay, so in that aspect, it's good as well. Here we got like this guy Chuva, okay, Chuva, which is is controlling all the oil industry over here in Israel. And so I said to my partner, I told him, okay, I know how we're gonna market it. Okay, you want to screw up Chuva? Here, buy this. Okay, take money out of his pocket. Let's see how much it will last. If they will enable to sell this thing, because it's kind of like takes money out of their pocket. So gonna be interesting.
Have you seen those? Have you seen those pills, Ethan? Have you seen those before?
It's now been marketed in the US.
I there was something, but are you saying this is cannabis related?
No.
It's cannabis ideal related. Okay, it's cannabis idea related, because it's kind of like
right. Fuel related. I didn't know if it was being generated by cannabis, but yes, that was probably 10 years ago. We were seeing advertisements for that 10, 15 years ago. About 30 years ago, while I was involved in development of my power coping saw, the CAD designer that I was working with knew a fellow by the name of Dan Anthony, who was an inventor. And Dan Anthony invented an engine that ran on air, and its byproduct was electricity. And apparently he was visited by a bunch of men in big black vehicles. told Dan, we know what you got. And I don't know what they wanted from him. I can't remember the exact details, but I remember Chuck telling me about this encounter and that Dan got an excavator and in the middle of the night went and buried all his technology in the ground. And then it was a short time after that Dan Anthony was never heard of again. And this man invented an engine that ran on air, and its byproduct was electricity.
I think I can see how that would work as well.
Keep burying and hiding, and you know when back in 2015, when I made my discovery, there was a lot of news articles about researchers and doctors and scientists with medical breakthroughs that were having suspicious deaths. It was like over 100 of them. And so I had fear of the Listerine hitman coming after me, you know. Somebody came up with that tag, you know, Ethan, you better be concerned about the Listerine hitman. That wasn't, you know, something I invented, but it was
Listerine mafia.
All these natural healing modalities coming. Oh, I'm going to tell you something else. These naturalist doctors, in my opinion, the vast majority of them are gatekeepers. They're in place by the cabal. They're like the 80-20 guys, like Sheriff Mack here. They talk a good story. They got a lot of good things to say, like 80-90%, but they're just there as gatekeepers to crush anything that comes along good. I have been kicked off of more naturalist platforms than I care to think about. No naturalist doctor will embrace what I have. No naturalist doctor will come forward.
I know one that will. I know one that will. I know a naturalist doctor in Canada. We've had her on the show. Her name's Amanda Vollmer. She does work with DSMO as well. I know she would definitely appreciate what the work that you've done and the research that you've done. She would definitely appreciate that. She's got a shop and she's got a YouTube and a website and everything. So
well, we should engage with her. There's a
she's called the
Yummy Doctor.
There's an ex-military man who was a medic who's involved in the cannabis business with another military man. And he said to me, he said, Ethan, I see it, but I'm not going to say it because I got better things to do. In other words, he said, I'm not going to say anything because government will destroy my life. And I got a good thing going in the cannabis business. So fuck off, Ethan. That's a military man.
That's a big thing at the moment. Yeah.
Right?
We've got people that
he's got no balls. A military
story,
man,
but will
no
not
balls.
give you the full story.
Sorry, Callum.
So frustrated. If people come forward and say, if anybody with a platform, anybody with a recognition, any medical provider, a celebrity, a politician, anybody with influence that will come forward, I welcome them. But so far, in 8 years, it's zero.
You just get these. You just get these little nothing channels like ours. I've only got 700 subscribers at the moment. I did have 5,000. Roxanne's got just over 6,000. And Sarah's channel is.
I've gone up 13 subscribers while we've been talking. I've gone up 13 subscribers while we've been talking, and that's all credit to you folks.
I put a link in the chat for that, and I can put another one in actually.
Thank you. And I need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours to monetize on YouTube. And it has been such a long, hard road to get where I'm at. So anybody that can share my videos to help get the watch hours up, to get me some subscribers, maybe I can start making some money on YouTube. If YouTube doesn't come up with a way to find, say, oh, well, you violate our, our policy, and so we're not going to monetize you.
My previous channel was monetized, and then they demonetized it as soon as I spoke about, with the show, the Wide Awake show. I spoke about cannabis and its healing benefits, and they demonetized my channel straight away.
Yeah.
And this channel, I've not managed. This is my backup channel that I've had to move to, and I've not managed to get 1,000 subscribers yet. But we're creeping up slowly. We'll get there eventually. And also, if you're doing live streams, I would recommend. I haven't actually really used it yet. Let me put the banner up. So I've got I've joined this Tippy stream. Right, so you've got less than 1,000 subscribers and you're not monetized, but you could still have a super chat. And so I'm not good at promoting anything, like if I'm asking for money, I'm 100% reliant on donations from my subscribers because of my legal status and inability to work legally here. So I'm 100%. Like yourself, dependent on other people's generosity. I suggest you go and follow this link. I'll put it in the. Can you see the private chat? We've got a private chat in the StreamYard, so I'll pop it in the private chat. And it's basically it's a Tippy stream. I'll show you the page, and you'll be able to do super cash, super chat. So people send you money. Sorry, let me get it to the right page. But yeah, people send in a donation. €1, €5, €10, €25, and they can put a message on it, just like a super chat, and then you'll get a message that you can read out the same way, like super chats, basically. So I think there's obviously a little bit of a delay, so you have to say, right, at the end of the show, I'm going to look through the super chats. That's what, quite frankly, uses this. So yesterday or a couple of days ago, I said, I quite frankly trust it. I'm gonna give it a go and see. They pay out every week, so like it's a weekly payout on it. So if you do get any contributors, you'll get the money the following week. You don't have to wait like with YouTube. You have to wait for their monthly payout thing. My YouTube have still got €70 and over €70 of super chats that were sent to me. But YouTube say that I've not confirmed my address by putting in the PIN code that they've mailed to me. I've requested that PIN code 4 times actually. You're only meant to be able to ask for it 3 times, but I've asked for it 4 times and still no PIN numbers arrived. So they're still holding on to that money that was donated 2 years ago.
Oh, Lord.
It's ridiculous. It's bloody ridiculous. They're criminals. They're criminals that all they want to do is get as much as they can out of people and give nothing back. Give as little back as bloody possible. Sorry, Nia, mate. I didn't mean to cover you then.
Cash App is good because you can receive 100% of what is donated to you, and within like 3 days. PayPal they take a percentage, even if you take the delayed delivery of the money. And
well, they
but
take
Cash App doesn't take. If you want instant transfer, a Cash App will take a little bit. But if you take a standard transfer of funds, you get 100% of what was donated. So Cash App is the absolute best.
So
yeah,
Kevin's got a Cash App. I think that he's got a Cash App. I use, like, I've got somebody that sends me direct transfers, but we use Wise money transfer, and that's it doesn't cost very much. I get 100% of what's sent after the exchange rate, and it just costs a small fee to the person that's sending. But what is that, dude? What are you showing us there? Is that a cat?
The old cat and a laser technique.
I'm playing with Linda. She's like yelling and saying, "Play with me, you bum." And and she's like, "I bought her this cool laser over here." Just like,
Hours
anyway,
and
so
hours of fun.
it can go. Yeah, it can go for hours actually. Anyways,
so
I have a. Are you ready for Richie? Are you ready for chapter 4?
My Facebook.
Yeah.
Has everything that I've said and my complete lack of interest in the past not been enough? Yeah, go on.
No. I'm gonna tell the 4th episode. I think it's the final one. It's actually the final one, so you have to.
Yeah, no, go on.
Yeah.
Do you use Facebook, Ethan? Do you use Facebook?
So just a second. I will do that.
You've gone quiet. Can't hear you, Ethan.
Yeah, and
you're muted.
Ethan, you're muted.
You're muted, Ethan.
Muted.
Can't hear you.
Anyway.
And it says I can't unmute. You can't unmute guests. Their mic is not connected. Your microphone has disconnected.
All right, am I back now?
There we go. Yeah. Do you use Facebook?
Facebook.
You're back now.
Facebook banned me. Facebook banned me. Twitter banned me. Parler banned me. I've been kicked off of more platforms than I can shake a stick at. So Telegram and YouTube is about what I'm reduced to, and I'm not a tech guy. I don't know. It's so difficult for me to set up anything.
Odyssey's good.
And learn how to work the platforms.
Odyssey is good, Ethan. If you can get an Odyssey, you can link YouTube to Odyssey, so it will mirror all of your videos. And if you ever lose your YouTube channel, it will the videos that it's mirrored will stay on the Odyssey channel. So in my case, I still lost 2,100 videos because they only mirrored 400. But I've still got the 400 there that they did actually mirror. So I didn't lose all of them, which is a good thing. But Odyssey's quite good. And,
it's a good backup.
And also Rumble's a really good backup as well. If you want to live stream on Rumble, you have to pay $10 a month to be able to live stream. But Odyssey live streaming is free. So I recommend Odyssey.
Yeah, and once you've set it up, it's basically just a button you push and it'll link your YouTube account to it. So every time you post to YouTube, it automatically posts to Odyssey. So you don't have to even worry about it. You don't even have to worry about it once you so if you've got enough subs in YouTube.
You're obviously careful about what you're posting now, because you know that the YouTube will just delete you if you say certain things and do certain things. On Odyssey, you can stream just to Odyssey, like not like the stuff that you know would be deleted off YouTube and would get you deleted on YouTube. You can say that on Odyssey because we've been doing it. We've been doing it with the COVID. We've been doing it with with the pandemic. So and Rumble, you can upload videos to Rumble for free, and that's uncensored.
Right on. I know there's other options. It's just that I struggle with it so mightily. I made an attempt. I did create an Odyssey account, but I couldn't figure out how to use it.
Right.
Rumble, I looked into that. I need to download an app for their camera to do live, and I'm reluctant to do anything with the computer because my computer's old, got a slow processor, and I don't want to lose my computer. And the cell phone is limited on capacity. So I just kind of feel like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard spot, and I'm looking for that sweet spot. And
it'll come. It will come. It will come.
I'm in communication people with a platform that I'm not going to announce right now. They have an audience of over 1 million, and this Wednesday we're supposed to have a conference call to go over all the bullet points for a 2-hour show, which will be the first of at least 2 shows that they are verbally committing to me for me to bring my story and my information forward. So fingers crossed that's going to happen. And here within a short period of time, I will be exposed to an audience of 1 million or more for a 2-hour show. And I'm hoping to gain some support from that.
I can't offer you any. I can't offer you anything like those sort of views, but I do absolutely. I would love to have you. I'd love to actually do a pre-recorded interview with you where you can give us. We can actually put documents up. You can send me some documents and stuff that I can actually put up, and I can do it as a proper presentation. I can edit a 2-hour presentation, and I can then put that up on Rumble. I can put it up on Odyssey and Rumble, and it's definitely it's good information to get out there to people. So if you got time for that, if you've got time to come back sometime, we definitely have you back on the YouTube channel. But I'd absolutely love to do something. We might actually start paying for Rumble so that we can live stream. We were paying for it before, but we stopped because of all the expenses going out at the moment. It's just too much. So but we're talking about doing it again, so it might be that we can do a live stream on Rumble. But I'd quite like to do we do the same. Do this in StreamYard, right? But we pre-record it, and then I'll go back and edit it afterwards, or if need be, and then we can upload it to Rumble while we're not paying for it.
Rich, are you ready? No, sorry.
No, mate. I'm just waiting for Ethan to respond.
Are you ready?
I'm just waiting for Ethan to respond, dude. So not yet. No.
Oh yeah. I'm your Huckleberry, bro. I'd be happy to do that.
Brilliant. That's fantastic.
Can you hear me?
And I'll tell you what. Yeah. We can hear you. I'd love to get you on, because the pharmacist that we spoke to in 2020, with his, with the work that he's doing, to get it's just brilliant. That's fantastic. I look forward to that. What is it you want to do, Nish? Is this your? Are you going to sing to us?
Ready?
Neil's going to sing to us.
I needed to make an intro, like a proper one for this one. But no, I will. Yeah, I will just report what's happening with Facebook episode number 4.
Oh yeah, of course. It's sorry, dude. Go on.
I did some applause, some like good vibes.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Seriously, Rich, I thought you were like a serious show over here.
You didn't tell me you wanted sound effects, mate.
Yeah, sound effects.
No, I've got
proper entrance. That's all I ask for. Come on. Like, at least something like in wrestling, like with the lasers and smoke.
Yeah, do you know what?
I will have my movement like. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, let's skip that. So Facebook, I have returned to Facebook this Sunday. As remembered, I was kicked out for about 2 months, and kind of like been in contact with the lawyers of Facebook. Okay, not the actual lawyers of Facebook, but the ones that they hired from the lawyer's office. And today I got like pretty much of a letter from the.
Sorry, it's a bit late.
Thank you. That's much appreciated. Anyway, so I came back and they put me back in the beginning of the week, and today they sent me a letter telling that I was kicked out of they kicked out, if you remember, like the 7 admins of the same group. Okay, they kicked them out. They closed the group and they erased like the whole accounts of the 7 ones, and part of them were asked to put in to input like their ID, their Israeli ID, to Facebook. Okay, in order to get back. And I'm one of the ones who did that, and because of that, I came back. The other ones didn't. So Facebook's response was that it was because of violation of their blah 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 blah, and and whatever. So that's the end of that. I came back to Facebook, and I didn't really anticipate it to get right ahead to action like with my shows and everything. But I will start probably in a few weeks' time the 4th season of Esh News, which will be the season of scriptures. Pretty much a big excitement over here. I'm gonna focus a lot on the scripture stories, and gonna bring all kinds of friend interpreters that will come and help me with this journey. Also, not only the Bible, but the New Testament as well. We have got lots of Yeshua followers over here, and we're gonna. I'm pretty much excited from that. I'm feeling that the whole spirit of God that they lay into me the last month or so is ready to burst out. And the one great byproduct that came out of this whole Facebook scenario that I had in the last 2 months was establishing a Telegram group, which is it was first called the Esh News group. Once I got banned from Facebook, so I started off this group, and I had like a few people over there, and I just published all kinds of my materials of kind of like other truther stuff. It not was really like defined with its character, this group, until one day about 3 weeks ago, when I was still banned. A guy cut into the group, and it was this Globy guy that we used to know from like the last 4 or 5 years of arguing with him about the flat Earth and the globe and whatever. And he's starting to get into the group and to annoy everyone and whatever, and everybody calling him stupid, and kind of like the corresponding wasn't really nice. And at that moment, I kind of figured it out that I will take this opportunity and I will make it something different. Okay, I will make this lemonade out of lemon, whatever. And what I did, I kind of changed the group's name from Esh News to Esh Trash News, and I decided that it will be my protest. Okay, and if you remember, earlier in the previous shows, I kind of mentioned that everything that I do in these shows, I do it out of protest against mainstream television. And the way that I'm doing this protest is just everything opposite, 180 degrees the opposite direction, and that's the way that I might be able to find the truth. And once I got kicked off Facebook, I kind of like felt the less urge to do these shows anymore, and I switched on to examine the social networks, okay, the groups inside the social networks, which is a different thing from mainstream television, but although it's like different, I noticed all kinds of like very similar things between them, because also over there you kind of like enter a group. First off, they ask you to act nicely, okay, and be polite and to each other, and not to discuss all kinds of things that I don't know doesn't feel comfortable to anybody else or whatever, and do not swear and do not do all that or that. And if you do, like, talking about something which objects their agenda, they will kick you out immediately. So I established a new group rules over there, and I told that I don't kick anyone from this group. Okay, whoever enters, we are like totally on free will, free choice, whatever. Whoever enters, you will enter. I won't kick anyone over there, and you can talk about everything. Okay, you can talk about everything, and curses are highly recommended. Okay, between the members of the group, like because I know that things get hit up between like globies and flat earthers. And I told that I will take it to the extreme. Okay, I will let all hell loose between them. I will not kick anyone. And the gold that I found over there. Okay, people just produce whenever they don't have like limitations, or they're not afraid to tell things to each other. Okay, even if it's like the worst thing ever, you can find creative gold over there. People are just like doing these spectacular things and just trashing all day long. This group is like active 24/7, and it's like it's not a lot of people, okay, but it's very devoted people that are really eager to trash. And all kinds of like truthers came into the group and told me, hey, we don't like what you're doing over there. You're letting all the globies curse us or whatever. And I said, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Go inside this group. And he came, and then afterwards he told me, hey, you're right, this group is awesome. It's like I'm like getting back from work. I'm totally pissed off. Whatever, it's been a rotten day. I can get into this group and start cursing people. Yeah, like hardcore. And it's great. And on top of that, Globy, like another like a few Globies came in, and then there was this how do you call it? He said his name is what he's describing himself is androgynous, something like that. Someone who's got like both genitals.
Androgynous.
Androgynous. Okay.
No, yeah. No. It's he's got both if he's got both reproductive parts, he's hermaphrodite. If he identifies as both male and female, he's androgynous.
Whatever, okay, I don't know. He told me that he got both. I don't know the exact definition, but
if he's got both, if he's got boobies and a willy, then he's a hermaphrodite. If he's got boobies and a willy and reproductive organs of a woman, or he's got the reproductive organs of a woman, but he still has a penis, then maybe saying he's a she. This is all just.
I don't want to get into the biology, man. Please. Don't let me into the biology. Not today. Anyway, so it's kind of like when this dudettes, whatever, came into the group, like they have like pretty much of a hardcore believers over there, like so they don't really see the necessity of this creature to be alive in their perspective, okay? And what went down over there is like total higher flames, whatever. And it still has done till this moment, and I'm really proud of this creation, because I kind of like created something which is kind of like protest this whole scene of social network groups, which is kind of like old and tiring, I think.
Dude, all it sounds like to me is an echo chamber in which globies get trashed. That's all it sounds like.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, how's that helping anybody?
You don't see the spiritual meaning of it.
Oh no, dude! What I see
It's a
it
totally
as is
new creation. It's a new
no, but
creation. It's
the
something that
whole
wasn't there before. Okay, so I
yeah,
inputted
I'll
something
give you that.
new
I'll
into
give you
our
that.
world. Okay, I gave an alternative,
All
something which
right.
is protesting the mainstream, view.
What was it? What was it Jesus said about?
Oh, to turn the other cheek.
Loving thy neighbor and not and love thy enemy, like
All right,
and all of that. That's not like he didn't say get in a ring and deuce it out, did he? He said
no, that's okay.
he said try be understanding and patient and and say, all right, I'll tell you what, if you want to believe that, that's up to you, man.
But I wasn't like attacking anyone. Okay, I wasn't like attacking. I was just like
No, but
giving them.
Yeah.
And also and those guys are entered there. Remember, free will.
Yeah, no, people have got you provided a space that people want, right? That can't be denied, that people want to just be able to vent. They want to vent their anger, but the trouble is it's misplaced anger. And you vent your anger at people, and then they take that anger and pass it on to somebody else. And it's misplaced. It's always misplaced anger because of ignorance, through ignorance. That's all it is.
Perhaps this is what should happen to break the hypocrisy of social networks. Perhaps. Okay.
I mean, the trouble is social networks are run by pathologicals. So we've got two types of human. We've got two types of man or woman on this earth. I'm absolutely subscribed to this now. There's a pathological and there's a normal. We're normal, and those ones are at the top trying to that own everything and control everything and change everything. They're pathological, and anybody that's doing their work for them or with them, they're also pathological. They're a subspecies of human. They're not like they're not the same as us. They have no connection to the divinity behind everything. And
I'm just like you know what? Maybe you can relate it to what I'm saying, okay? But if I will present it as an objection to PC culture. How about it?
Oh, I'll take that. I'll take that.
You'll vote that, right?
I'll take that one. I'll take that. Go on then. Just as a pure objection to being offended. This whole thing that being offended is bad. It's
exactly. And believe me, those globies over here, they're not being offended. And actually, I think they're getting paid. Okay, they're getting paid by the government.
I think they're sat there playing with themselves. I think they're sat there with their hands down their pants and the lotion on the bloody side. And they're enjoying it in much more ways.
Not a single person could be that bored, okay, to get into a group and being like, being cursed all day and defending the stupid globe and not getting money for it, okay. It's that. I mean,
we know
it's that simple,
dude. We know that they get anybody that comes out against, like. What's his name? Simon Dan. Simon Dan is getting paid for what he's doing. He's getting paid for all the videos that he's coming out against the flat Earth narrative. He's getting paid for. They advertised the bloody role to be a troll.
But I don't comprehend. Okay, the actual objective. Okay, the actual objective, because are they gonna actually reduce the interest in flat Earth if they put in trolls in the flat Earth groups?
Every time you use the term flat Earth, you put it into this black and white paradigm that's been given to us by the fucking Freemasons, which says there is either left or right. There's either a globe or it's flat. It's not that fucking simple.
Remember what I said earlier, okay? It's not a Earth. It's not a global flat. It's what is important. If it's the narrative which science tells us, or is it the narrative that God tells us? Okay?
Which is the same. It's the same paradigm. It's left or right. It's still left or right. It's this or that.
Left or right. So,
you're not. It's this or that.
Okay.
It's this or that.
And these paradigms they also control? No, I don't think so. Okay. Because I think that whoever they control on this paradigm,
listen.
The point
of this realm is that duality. recognizing that duality, right? And we are in this world, not of it, right? We are
Non-dualistic.
observers of the duality, and without us as part of the equation, the duality within this realm works beautifully. Mother Nature, fucking amazing. The Earth system, absolutely amazing. It's the cycles, everything. You don't need us in the equation for
And you
Earth
don't
to
fuck with it.
operate at its absolute supreme level. If we took us out of the equation, yeah, it would probably do better. The whole point of us being here is to witness it, to enjoy it, to witness it, and to further create within it, using
But
the
also,
laws of the realm. But
also,
we're in the world, not of it. We're spiritual beings
we
having
are
a
part of the
physical
story,
experience.
BG. You're missing the point. We're part of the story.
Yeah, I know, but what I see as our part of the story is, it's almost like we were the watchers, we fell down, and now we can go. It's the opportunity to
We were
go
the
back up again.
watchers. We were the watchers.
Mate, I've been through so many different perceptions,
It's like
potential
two
perceptions
different
of what's
beings.
going on. We've all got the devil inside us, right? It's been portrayed to us since birth that or since we watched cartoons, that we've got a little devil or a little angel, and the little devil is the little devil, and the little angel is Jiminy Cricket, right? And that's your conscience. Well, your conscience is you, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, your conscience is you. So who's the devil? Which one's the devil? The devil's you. You're the devil. You're the devil and the angel. You have the choice to be like a fucking wanker or to be totally angelic. And because this realm is, the law here is duality, yin and yang, you can't have one without the other. You can't have an angel without a demon. It has to exist because that's the realm in duality.
I totally
But
agree with you. So I
I
want to get
think
to the
what
first point.
hang on. I think what they've done, what the Freemasons have done through magic, through spellcraft and wordplay and perception and the stealing of perception, what the Freemasons and the Jesuits and all of the people that have been controlling us, what they've done is the same way that they've managed to turn our blood, sweat, and tears into energy, and like for pieces of paper. We've put all this value into money and material things, and all this, and they've distracted our attention and our emotions, all going off this way while we're looking this way, right? We've got this idea that in Tartarian times, just to use the label, but in times before they were in control, this was a land of absolute, like, it was free energy. It was, we had technology that we don't know now, but more advanced than we've got now, because it was working with free energy. And the free energy, they've somehow flipped it. So now they've turned it into electricity that they produce, and we can only have it if we pay for it. And taking all the natural gases to produce electricity, to it's
Richie, can I bring you back to the first question? Okay, to the first topic that we talked about. First question, like before what you said. The question is, I think. Fuck! I forgot it again. Anyway, sorry. Yeah,
really?
Yeah. No. Yeah. I remember. It was flat Earth. Yeah, it was flat Earth. You told me, okay, that once I like putting on like a group of like Globus versus flat Earth, I'm doing like the separate paradigms. Okay, but you are now saying to me that those two paradigms are like working out completely perfect together. Okay, so it's kind of like contradicts.
No. How am I saying? How have I said that?
Because you told me that that if I'm like putting on this group, okay, it's all started from there, okay. If I put in this group, okay, both Globies and flat earthers, okay, I'm like creating those separate paradigms, or whenever I say
No, I
flat
said
Earth,
you. I said you create.
with the
I said you created an echo chamber for globe bashing.
yeah, that's the thing. But you said it, whenever I'm saying flat Earth, I'm creating these two different paradigms. Okay.
No,
But
you're subscribing
if,
to one because you're using the label flat Earth, right? Because it's not. We can't say it's a flat Earth. We can't give anybody the parameters. Nobody's been all the way around it. Nobody's shown us a picture of it. Don't fucking know. All we know is that it's observably flat everywhere you go, everywhere you look. Doesn't matter how high up in the fucking sky you are. You'll be 200,000 feet above the Earth, and it's still the horizon's still flat. So. It's an observably flat realm.
Yeah, but I told you the shape
flat
doesn't
realm
matter. Shape doesn't matter. Okay.
No, it does matter when you. Oh no, the shape doesn't matter. No, I agree with you.
Matters
Yeah,
that it's a structure. It matters that it's structure.
That's why I say it's a realm. That's why I say it's a realm, because
a structure.
within the realm and within the realm, both the globe and the flat Earth and the concave Earth, they all exist within this realm because they they exist within everybody's perception. You cannot tell a globe, you cannot tell somebody that believes vehemently that we live on a spinning ball of rock, spinning through space at 1,000 miles an hour, traveling through the galaxy at 243,000 miles an hour, whatever it is. You cannot tell them that they are wrong. They won't listen. They don't listen because as far as they perceive...
What is the truth? What's the truth? Okay, this is what we're looking at, because if you think to me that someone is creating the truth according to his perception, I will tell you you're BSing. Okay.
Okay, so the truth, the truth
okay, the reality
is what two or more people agree on. Truth is what two or more people will agree
reality.
on.
I'm talking about reality. Okay, reality about what happened historically.
Dude, what?
Okay,
but seriously, this is an interesting point, because seriously, what is reality? What is real? We can both be stood in the same place and witness the same events, but perceive completely different things from it.
Yeah, sure.
So, what is real?
What is real? The thing
it's
is
what
that
is it? What is what we real?
Is
what we agree on? Is that what's real?
Yeah. We have only one reality. I will. You know what I will do? Make an
no,
image.
We have multiple realities, dude. We have your reality, my reality, Callum's reality, Ethan's reality. We have multiple realities.
I will display it. Okay, I will display it. Let's imagine ourselves. We got like a room with I don't know, a table in the middle and a glass on it. Okay. Now, entering the room, lots of people, okay, and they're all like standing and like close with the back against the wall, like circling this glass, okay. Now, this glass is representing reality, okay. Now, the way that everyone is seeing it for his own angle, it's their own point of view, okay, on reality. The thing is that all the point of views are different, okay. The reality is still the same. Okay.
You're talking about the difference between objective and subjective realities.
No. Like.
Well, yeah.
That, okay. This glass is a reality. Okay. It's only one. Okay. It's not different kind of like glasses. Okay. Some older people who are like standing with.
You mean fact? The glass is a fact.
A fact. Yeah. A fact. A factual reality. Okay. Yeah. And older people who are standing around it, they observe this glass and they sit in a different point of view. Okay, different point of view. Now, what I love to put in another like another object to the equation is like you have sometimes like smoke. Okay, getting into the room. Okay, and standing between like the people and like the glass. So now like some of it is like the full glass, some of it is like the half glass. Some of it not seeing it at all because the smoke is like covering it. So you got like all kinds of like different perspective. This smoke is actually representing the lies. Okay, the lies that actually prevent us from seeing reality. So this is my illustration to this to what I think is reality. Okay, reality is only one. Okay, and there's like lots and lots of different point of views so that you can observe this reality. But then again, reality is one. So the world that we're living can't be both globe and flat Earth and the structure. Okay, because something can be also like a coincidence and cause and result. Okay, it can't be both logically. So anyway, we kind of like if you like want to we're like starting looking at flat Earth. Okay, so we're saying okay, so this is a structure, and we differ it. We very differ it from this whole narrative of science. Okay, so now we got to choice. We have two choices. Okay, either to go with science, or to go with God. This is it, and I know it's a duality, but this is how it is. Okay, that's all. Rich. React.
Do you have any thoughts, Ethan? Yeah. Do you have any thoughts? Don't be shy. Mind you, you're eating. You don't want to talk right now. You're just taking a. Is that what is that you're eating there? I'm hungry now. I want something to
a muffin.
Eat. Muffin. Oh, nice. It's not an English muffin, is it?
Cinnamon.
It's an American muffin. I love muffins, man. Chocolate chip, blueberry. Blueberry's my favorite. Blueberry muffins.
Anyway, Rich, I think that I'm off for today. I'm soon to have like a nice visitor over here, but you don't want to hear about my sex story, right?
No, I've got no interest in it.
We've been over this today, right? I'm still not convinced, but you know.
Well, I mean, I don't care. I'm not going to set out to convince you that I have no interest in your sex life.
Okay. Anyway, and work on the song. We got like a new hit.
Dude,
soon, right?
Mate. I'll do something tomorrow with that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, mate.
Live performance, like next week or something.
All right.
Anyway, Ethan, great to know you. It was a great time. Colin, pleasure as always. Rich, brother.
Love you, dude.
Bye.
Love you, man. See you later.
Bye.
See you later. That was our wonderful Nir Shoshani from Esh News in Israel. He lives in Rehovot, where Isaac's well is, and he believes that he has found it and that is buried under the Weizmann Scientific Institute that now exists there. It used to be an orchard, and there's a building. He's got it on camera. There's a building that's, it's like a derelict building, but it's not. And when you look inside, there's a well. There's a well in there. So he has a theory that they are extracting the water from Isaac's well. They're still extracting it because the well actually exists.
Said it was a brewery at one stage, wasn't it? Like there was a brewery on top of it. They were using the water or something.
I don't know, man. I don't know. But listen, guys, we've been going for 5.5 hours, just coming up to, and my little doggies are looking at me as if I've like just told them that they're never going to be able to pee again or something. I don't know if you saw Alfie jumping up behind me, but they need to go out because it's 7:30. It's actually 7:33, and we've got 23 people watching right now. The numbers are all coming in again, the 23s and 33s.
It's 4:04 here.
Ethan, it's been an absolute pleasure, sir. I really look forward to having you on again. Be in touch through Kevin, and we'll set up another one in the next few weeks, hopefully, if that's all right with you.
Yes, sir. Sounds good. Appreciate it very much. I thank you all.
Oh no, we appreciate you. We absolutely appreciate you. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Callum, sir, pleasure as always. Thank you very much.
Always.
Our resident guru, Callum Wilkinson. We're going to play out with a video, as always, and if you want to stay on for a little chat afterwards, Ethan, then you just stay on. But if both of you, if you want to check out, then check out, and I will speak to you again soon. But to the chat room, Oh, just a quick shout out, just a general shout out. I'm sorry, you know how bad I am with chat rooms, but that's why now I've got a super chat, and you know, and I won't be able to ignore super chats. And at the end of every stream, I will go through my super chats and read out any comments. But we'll just see how long it takes for that one to catch on, eh? It's been an absolute pleasure, guys. Thank you very much. I'm just getting a video lined up. Where's it gone? I can't find my own video. Right. There it is. Thank you very much, people. Much love. See you soon.